So welcome everybody. So here we are. It's Friday, January the 17th. It's day 2 of the 2025 budget discussions. And we have, the agenda only takes up one page, but it's a full day of work today. And I'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Syilx, and the Sinex people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. And I was given no late items, so if we could move on to item number 4, adoption of agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor and those opposed, and that carries. Just for information and for the record, that Councillor Pinero is away with work commitments today and is unable to join us. If we could move on to item 5, we have adoption of previous minutes. We have special meeting minutes of July the 16th, special meeting November 7th, and special meeting November 8th. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillors, any errors or omissions on your recall of these meetings? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries. Thank you. So moving right into the day, item number 6 is the start of our budget presentations today. Operating capital budget continued, and we have Mr. Henderson here from Public Works that will be our first presenter of the day.
Right, there we go. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this morning we're going to speak about our parks, general and capital as well. Then we'll move into Public Works and our operations team as well. So I'll kick it off with parks. So our parks team, as you know, we maintain roughly 53,000 meters of irrigated green space. We're committed to that high quality. We prioritize our efficiencies, our resource management. We're committed to providing the well-maintained public access for the city of Nelson. So I'll go through a couple of great highlights from last year. Those are going to be the construction of the bocce courts down at Lakeside.
Sorry, Charlie, we're just going to get that presentation up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're working on it.
I will pause.
So number
There we
1
are.
parks presentation is what we should.
And you should have that
Got,
sent to you this
just
morning.
got it
Okay.
right now.
Oh, did we just get it?
9:08.
Okay,
You
thank
get
you.
those for his presentation.
Yeah, we got them.
Thank you, thank you. I'm behind. Apologies.
Nope, you're right on it.
So just continuing on, the Parks Department in-house completed the construction of the bocce courts. Those are very well used, community focused, in partnership with the Italian Society as well. So there's still a bit of finishing that we'll tidy up in the spring. You'll see some capital requests coming in regarding some fencing around the new hoops and the bocce court. From a mobility standpoint, we completed the concrete works for the Moby Mat in partnership with Rotary. So that was a big success, the grand opening of that just around the beginning of August of last year. And then the Pier Project landscaping, that was also completed in-house, concrete work, brick work, grasses, bollards, a lot of effort went to that as well. And then our annual stuff. So beach detail, we groomed the beaches. We're going to see a bit of more upkick on the dog walk this year. Arborist services, including our canopy, our tree assessments, our pruning, our removals, our planting, and then our flower baskets and planters. So a special note on this, we produce about 75 to 85% of all of the plants that you see in our display garden. So currently our greenhouse is in full operation. Even though we're going into a deep freeze, we're still propagating our plants in the greenhouse. Our mowing of the sports fields, I think our sports fields down at Lakeside are a real prize for the community. I coach 2 soccer teams. I'm down there every Saturday, Wednesday to see how much involvement, seeing all the people down at the Lakeside. So that maintenance of the sports field is really important. The fertilizing, the grooming, a lot of effort is allocated there. And then our irrigation system. So you'll notice in the first paragraph, the 53,000 square meters of irrigated green space. That's a substantial amount of maintenance, repairs. It's very intricate from park to park. And then the gyro pool, another great aspect for our community. We have lots of pool certifications through our unionized staff, painting it, maintaining it, and then in partnership with the RDCK. I'll move to our next slide. 2025 goals. Lakeside Drive multi-use path planting.
Sorry, I just had a note. Could you tell me, are you aware whether or not the Gyro Club ever makes any kind of financial contribution anymore to helping with the upkeep and work in Gyro Park or the Gyro Pool area?
That's a great question. I don't have an answer for you on that financial part.
I don't know if they do anything in kind, but I don't recall any financial contributions coming in recently. I can double check that, but nothing's coming to mind.
Okay.
When we were finishing the construction of the bridge in the pool area, they were in consultation. There had some signage there. We definitely worked in partnership with them. On the financial end, I'm not 100% sure.
No, I would agree. Just great to know if they're making any kind of contribution, because that always helps. I mean, it eases the burden for the taxpayers, and they are they like to talk about the park a lot. So when I participated in their, I think 100, maybe it was their 100-year anniversary of being in the city last year after the new bridge was installed. So I'm just curious.
I'll bring that information back to the next meeting.
Thank you.
On Gyro Park, another great aspect for the community. It's very well maintained. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. So in that 2025 goal, that will continue. That service level will continue in that park. I'll jump into the Lakeside Drive multi-use path. So the meat and potatoes is there. The contractor did an excellent job with underground infrastructure, the concrete work, the asphalt multi-use, but we still need the beautification component of that. So the plant order has been made. We'll contribute from the greenhouse as well, and then we'll be moving our Parks Department into that area to follow the engineered plans that are in place, and probably add a bit of our own flavor to it as well. There's some sightline discrepancies. The dog walk maintenance and landscaping. We moved over to the dog walk even as early as this week. So we're going to see a bit of an uptick in maintenance in that area. It's a beautiful area, beautiful beaches. There's some overgrown. We will be working with CCIS as well in that area, and just increase our presence. Signage as well has already been looked at.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. Any idea how much use the dog walk gets in terms of traffic, foot traffic? Has there ever been a count on that?
Not to my knowledge. We frequent there. I would say it's pretty well used, but to have a valuation to the pedestrian traffic, I'm not sure. No.
I'm just wondering if if it is gaining more and more use, do we need to focus it on a bit more, or do you feel like it is getting the attention it needs for the use it's having?
I think it needs more attention for the use that it's having. Yeah.
I think Councillor Payne has a answer to your question, Councillor Woodward.
Okay.
Well, I do know about the use of the dog walk. I'm down there pretty regularly. But I'm just curious where the impetus to make improvements there comes from, because the only thing as a regular user of it that I'm concerned about are the invasive species, the knotweed that's there and a few others. So other than that, it's super functional and the dogs are happy. So I'm interested to know what sort of investment we're making.
It's overgrown. So there's definitely, saplings popping up in multiple areas. There's invasive species. The beaches hasn't been groomed. There's some erosion on the pathway. There's signage that needs to have better attention to it. There's historic signage that needs to be redone as well.
And can I just ask for my own information, what's the why do we groom beaches?
It's pretty important on a safety aspect, especially for children in the area, maintenance. It's pretty important part.
I've
We do it
never-
in Lakeside
It
prior to
seems
every
like
weekend.
what I like. I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I like going there because it seems like a more natural, and as I say, the dogs all seem to be fairly happy there. So I'm just gonna think about that one. Thank you for bringing it forward.
No problem.
I think it's, as Charlie spoke to, as soon as we invite the public to an area, then it has to be at a safety level who we're inviting. So we are inviting children. I remember being down there on one of the points, there's a bench that was basically sitting, it was totally undercut by, the lake, and it was sort of sitting on the edge of the thing. Like, we can't leave things like that. Those are just liability
That part I get. Thanks.
issues, right?
Okay.
Basic service levels, we need to meet them, it's, as Mr. Cormick said, we are inviting the community there. We need to make it a safe community space.
You're right. There are some benches there that are not safe. I don't sit down much. The dog's moving too fast, but, yeah, thank you. That clarifies the need there for me.
Charlie, can I just ask, how about the rest of the pathway? I know down towards John's Walk, et cetera, that had been overgrown, and we had, light standards that were under brush and things like that. Were we able to, I haven't been down there for a while, so I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
we
we've addressed it.
we
or-
did allocate resources to John Walk. It's the tansy invasive
Yeah.
species is very thick and grows extremely fast. So we did put quite a few effort. There's lots of effort when we involve tansy. The effort that's required is quite substantial.
Yeah. So I think it's, that pathway is all along our waterfront, and there is a fairly substantial amount of work to maintain it to any.
Yeah, and
Reasonable
keyword on there is the waterfront. So with CKIS and invasive species, the herbicide, you can't use it near a waterfront, so it is all manual labor. Moving on to the next point. Any more questions? Okay. Downtown planters. So we're really looking to have those vibrant colors, especially in the downtown core with the canna lilies. We really ramped up our canna lily planting last year, and we'll continue to do that as well. So that really brings those vibrant colors or diverse plant selections. We really did allocate a lot more effort come July in the downtown core. We had 2 full-time casual staff members. We'll continue that program earlier and really have that as an inviting place for our community and our tourists. Sports fields.
Charlie, just in terms of that, how about the rest of the infrastructure? I think we've got to lots of benches this year that we're not doing so well.
Yeah, great point. So we made a lot of headway. We put a lot of effort in the downtown core, from painting light standards to curb and gutter returns, radius corners, maintaining the weeds in there. Springtime is a very competing interest time. So not only do we ramp up parks, but we ramp up every single department. So we try to get in that downtown core as fast as we can with our street sweeping. We prioritize our concrete repair for the patios, but we're also ramping up our utilities. We're ramping up our public works. So we really try to get in there earlier now than maybe what has, especially with the change in weather. So the last week and a half, for example, we're working off our parks budget and not our snow removal budget. So the earlier we can get into the downtown core, the better for us.
Councillor Payne has a question.
My question is around, while I understand that there are lots of areas that we do need to have irrigated, like the cemetery for one and the sports fields for another, I think with the changing weather patterns that we're seeing, are we looking at more xeriscaping in more areas that do not need to be irrigated? Whether or not the water comes from the lake or from a well.
Sure.
It's still water that's in the water cycle.
Yeah,
So I'm interested in what that, the multi-use pass, some of that is, I'm assuming you did put irrigation in there.
Correct. So with those engineering capital projects that will decide what the landscape design does. So to put it in perspective, what is operations? We maintain existing infrastructure. So rarely do we come to the table with grandiose engineering designs. We usually, let Colin and his team get those capital projects built. Once that infrastructure changes hands to our team, then we maintain it for its lifespan. So if we're going to be doing a change, we'll look at a xeriscape, but typically that infrastructure is already built. Does that make sense?
And
It sort of makes sense, but if irrigation is built, it doesn't mean we have to use it.
Correct.
In my opinion, it means that we can adapt and move forward based on our goals as a community around water use reduction.
Yeah, so great questions. And I'll just go into that a bit more. So as we study the snowpack, as we study our source water, and then when we make the decisions to go into a level 1, a level 2 water restrictions, we dial everything back.
And I can also just add a little bit about that multi-use pathway in the original, like in the designs and what Charlie's team will be taking care of. That was a consideration, that lower water use. You have to have the irrigation that's there is to get those plants actually established and making sure that they're growing and healthy, and then they'll go be able to sort of grow with less water. So similar to the stores to shores with down Hall Street, right? That's all a lot of those native grasses that are coming down there that require less effort. So that's definitely the way that we're looking at it, to speak from the original design aspects of when we have a new project and there is some landscaping portions to it. We're looking at it with that climate adaptation lens. Absolutely.
So if I can just ask one further question. So one of the things is I'm interested in the boulevards on Vernon Street. So they're irrigated and they seem to have regular plantings in it. They haven't shifted over to xeriscaping, but they're...
To the 800 block of Vernon?
Well, there's one right, at the corner of
1
City
and
Hall, and then
8
there's
probably.
one at
Yep.
the 800
Yeah,
block. Yes.
grass.
So there's two of them. Oh, that
Yep.
one shifted to grass?
No, just describing the boulevard.
Okay,
There's
yep, yep.
grass and plants
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and display gardens, essentially. There hasn't been an appetite to turn that to a xeriscape at this point.
Okay. Got
On
it,
to the
thank you.
page.
Yeah, that's the standard. You gotta get that all the way down for it. Refresh. So two things. I really love so this is more for consideration when we refresh Baker Street, but love what Cusp has been doing with the in-ground stuff at their bulb outs. They have set it up in such a nice way where it comes in the spring. It's all perennials, or there's probably this battery of annuals in there, but it seems like it has a lot of interest in terms of height and size, and I hope we can move in that sort of direction. So just a food for thought for the future. The other piece, though, is as we get into the summer months, we have some of those planters. I'm assuming they get vandalized or they get worn from traffic. They end up empty. I'm thinking in front of the boxing club. Mm-hmm. There's generally, I think, one in front of Hipperson's that can or cannot have stuff in it. So I'd like us to think of maybe what our fallback is during the summer season. If something gets wrecked or we've decided, oh, just keep having to go in there and put plants or whatever. Like, what is something we put there that isn't dirt? Is there any kind of, can we prioritize a statue or a piece of art or something if we're deciding it's just getting ruined before the end of the summer season so it still has interest? Would be something I'd like us to at least consider. And then we've done all this investment in Hall Street over the years. We have some really great perennials coming in terms of the grasses. But again, back to that Cusp comment, the other things we can start to think about to add color through the summer that goes down that Hall Street Boulevard in those curve outs. Mm-hmm. Just to start to make it a little bit more interesting from a height and from a texture and from a color perspective.
So that's interesting comment, because that was xeriscaped. Hall Street is xeriscaped. It wasn't intended for,
Flowers that take water.
yeah. So that would be
I didn't say flowers.
So that would be a change. I think the intent was to, those would grow up into, into more mature plants, etc. I don't know how you're feeling about it, Charlie, in terms of.
You're exactly right. There's a lot of grasses. That was the intent, to have a low maintenance approach to those beds.
I'm okay with a low maintenance complexity added.
And it's interesting you bring up Nakusp, because I spent a bit of time there in the summer and noticed the same thing as you. They do a really lovely job, and I happen to speak to the worker, and I think they assign an FTE in the summer just for those, to manage those beds. So looks very lovely. We get, our traffic profile is quite a bit different than
of course.
than Nakusp's, but yeah, it's a big investment that they've made in their downtown core, and it looks great. But
I put it forward as a stretch goal, not a.
Okay.
So moving down to our sports field, so we will be looking at our fertilization program, our maintenance program to really include all of our user groups, and that next box talks about the cricket pitches that will be parallel to kind of the third base lines approximately. And we've seen a big uptick in the cricket users, and we don't have that infrastructure for them. So we have all the materials currently, and we'll be looking to install that to include all of our user groups and have an area for them.
Councillor Payne.
I know I'm glad to hear there's an uptick in cricket users. I did not know. That's exciting. I'd love to see a good match.
Yeah.
There's also an uptick in pickleball users. Do we have any plans for outdoor courts for the pickleball users around?
Yes, so
Because I know there's a high demand.
another great
for that.
question. So currently I have been looking at portable nets for the lakeside, as lines are currently there for 2 courts, I believe. We're just looking at the durability, resistance to vandalism, that type of thing, but that can all be carried out in our operating budget, not through anything capital.
So Charlie, the club does, I believe, have nets down there presently, right?
They take them away.
I thought they lock them up in some thing there.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was given the code to them. I've never played down there, but they, the courts are multi-purpose because they have tennis and.
Yep.
So, but yeah, definitely there is demand. Probably more indoor than outdoor. LV courts are well used. They're probably at max. There's our days you can't get on, if you don't sign up in time. So there's definitely more demand than LV courts can supply, but it's probably the indoor courts is the real challenge.
Certainly that demand, but there's also a demand. When you play at LV, there's a fee to play, is there not?
It's a club, just like everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, so you pay an annual
So do you
club.
pay to play tennis at Lakeside?
Not at Lakeside.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's
So
no.
I guess that's one of the things that I'd
Yep.
look from an equity lens. Where are we offering a sport that is rising at a no to low cost?
Yeah,
And
Add something?
yeah, I'll just say, so I've had a number of discussions with the pickleball group, the group that owns the nets that are currently down there for temporary use. They were advocating for replacing, the tennis courts with pickleball courts and so on and so forth. So, I think what we're trying to do, and to Charlie's point about investigating what temporary nets are available that would be, stout enough that they could kind of be around and not get beat up or vandalized. So I think that's definitely where we sort of landed with that, is instead of taking out tennis courts and sinking in new posts for pickleball, for the time being, those temporary nets work. It's currently the club that owns them, so they don't have to worry about vandalism as much because they put them away. We're looking into what we can do to support that down there for the public access.
Awesome, thanks.
I would just,
Not a player myself.
through
but
the chair
good
to
for
Councillor Payne, I was just on the phone, not the other day, with the head of pickleball. They're advocating for the recreation use only of the campus for the exclusion of other uses. And in that discussion, because they're looking for that space, they're hoping that by making it recreation
there.
use only, it'll open up space for pickleball. That's a big component of why they're part of that advocation. And I have sent them the details on having feasibility studies done and what Nelson Soccer has done for feasibility. And I think if we keep working with those groups at Recreation around where facilities could happen and doing some planning there, then they can follow the same process that everyone else has done in terms of figuring out where we're putting investments and whether that turns into outdoor stuff, you know.
Awesome.
So while we're having this conversation, does anybody know if the tennis courts are still at the golf course? I haven't been in the golf course for a long time.
They are there. They currently have materials and equipment on them, so I
Okay.
wouldn't say that they're in use.
Yeah, just curious in terms of the fact of whether or not the pickleball club has had a discussion with Nelson Golf and Recreation Association about utilizing those courts, because I don't know, part of why tennis moved was that they needed more space, and then I just wonder what gets used on those courts if they're still there. So perhaps as chair of recreation, you might put the next time
Noted.
you're talking to pickleball.
I have to call
Now
Brennan
again,
anyway.
those aren't indoor courts, and I know that there's a big demand for indoor because it is a sport that you could play indoors. So when it's 40 Celsius out, you'd
Yep.
be able to keep playing. But that's sort of an area that's not city, of course, but is within the jurisdiction. And, you know, I've played tennis up there years ago, and it's actually nice to be up there in Rosemont, so. And they were often underutilized compared to trying to get on the tennis courts at Lakeside, so. Anyhow, there you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Pickleball, moving forward.
Back to you, Charlie.
I don't know. I don't play. I just know people do.
Well, it's not bonk.
Pickleball,
but
moving
anyhow.
back and forth.
Okay, so I'm gonna volley to you guys, and this is what me and my team are asking for this year.
Counselor Lockwood.
Just before we move on, Charlie, in 2025 goals, in your process, I'm curious, I'm just trying to understand your process. Do you reference like our strategic priorities when you set your goals, or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, a lot of our goals, you know, are based on that maintenance of existing infrastructure and maintaining those service levels for our community.
Yeah. I guess part of my question is, these are great. I love them, support them. I'm wondering if or how much you guys are thinking about, you referenced invasive species.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about some of the ecological values and trying to that's central. It's one of the hardest things to get our heads around. Like, how do we consider, there's the aesthetic values, there's the use values, but the ecological values are always the one that, in my mind, seem to slip away because it's really hard to understand the role. But the invasive species, like I said, is excellent in terms of that. Beyond that, it's things like, fire smarting. Councillor Payne mentioned about water. Do you guys feel like you've got a good grasp on how to integrate those? Because I know others who I talk to, including myself, sometimes struggle with just how to operationalize those goals, I guess.
Great question. I think, I'm going to use an example currently of a fire smarting program that we're using. And in respect to time, but I will talk about the Hendricks Park. So currently we are in there. Our objectives there are to make that area safe for the entire community, my kids included. So we are fire smarting that area, right? We are bringing up the deadwood canopy. We're bringing all the brush out of that area. We're bringing all of the plants down. We're making it very visible. So that's kind of one aspect, I think, that we might tick a box to your question.
Okay, so one thing that has come up with respect to that park in particular is we've got community groups who have expressed an interest one way or the other in various times about being more involved in the community. And I'm curious because I know there's things like union rules and stuff like that. I'm not sure how much that might influence how we work with community groups, or if it just needs to be a directive coming from council. But do you guys have internally a process for like, you know what, there's a community group that we'd love to involve, neighborhood group involve in the maintenance or the ongoing development of that park, for example?
I think when, you bring up the union, we have a responsibility to our team. When we're talking about community involvement, I think bringing that community in on the onset of design is very important. So then when that infrastructure is built and is passed to my team to maintain, that engagement's already happened, and maybe the process of what they're volunteering for is already in place and an agreement, and then we're working together rather than pulling them in after something is built. Then you might be taking away a service level that we're already providing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know it does. It does. It's just that I increasingly thinking about, say, the challenges of what's happening in LA and the absolute monstrous scale when these issues hit.
Yep.
That we need all of community involved in these kind of responses, preparation. And it's a bit of a muscle that has to be developed, I think. Like engagement, caring for your neighborhood, recognizing that you as a person have a responsibility and agency in maintaining your neighborhood. And I think that's something we may need to work on more as a community, to just loop the community more directly in the maintenance of our assets in our community.
Okay. I'm gonna riff off Rick for just a second because it was coming up with the gyro conversation. You basically want to formalize, in my mind, what I hear is formalizing an adopt a park component, bring the existing user groups like Rotary and Izishi Society and Gyro into that and say these are the expectations and they're basically what you're doing now. But here's also the way that maybe that gets let go of and someone else can pick it up if the park is currently not in the service agreement for that, and create some space around Hendricks for some of those things that we've heard about in the past where people want to have a couple community veggie boxes or something up on the upper levels above Victoria, or they've been doing community work in that area for a long time and they want to continue to have do a little pruning or deal with some planters or have some signs or any other services they've been doing. But then that would have the formality that covers all of the parks and lets people plug in, because obviously Rotary is also very busy over at Rosemont and Art Gibbons, and now I can't forget anyone, so we've got Lions Park as well. But yeah, I could see that wrapped in an adopt a park program, and then there's just some templates for staff to execute on and figure out those union pieces so that we're not taking any hours away from all the great union work that's being done in that area.
Yeah.
Great point.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would just say on this note is that over my years in this town, I've seen park spaces that haven't included community engagement, and it works for a while, and then that group dissipates and there's a lot of leftover stuff that no one's dealing with, and a couple years go by and it just kind of becomes a big pile of nothing. And then the city has to go in and clean it all up, and because there's like a standard we're trying to maintain, right? And so I think the challenge I've seen in these community engagement is that longevity and the consistency, because we want to deliver a consistent park experience with standards about safety and structure of use and all of that. So I like the idea. I think it's a great idea to involve the community, but it would have to be like, there would have to be like an agreement, like a very defined service agreement with the group. And if that group fails to meet those standards, then there would have to be a point where we just take over and say, I'm sorry, we have to clean this all up and make it work again.
Well, and that also means
Can I just stop everybody here?
Yeah.
Like, I knew at some point during budget discussions, this topic would come up only because it's topical,
It's right happening right now.
because it's happening right now.
Yeah.
So this was an occupation, this was a lease to occupy for somebody else to take care of. And we've realized that with all the best intent, and for many years, and a big shout out, thank you, it's not working as well as we had hoped it would be. And so it was just an appropriate time. The lease was expiring to not renew the lease. There was nothing more to it than that, just that it was expiring. And we realized that the city does need to take responsibility. I see this as a discussion that we can have, and Sarah's at the back there, can put it on in her notebook there about bringing this back for further discussion, because there is the issue of the changing of the guard of clubs. I know for a fact that my Rotary Club did a lot of work, and we continue to do work in the park at Lakeside. But we're also, at one time, there was 100 of us.
Yeah.
And now there's 40 of us. And so what I always look at is it's great that if you've got the manual ability to get out there and do some work, that's lovely. I have to, maybe I'm just a bit rougher around the edge, but I think that if the organization has the capacity to give some money, so like for like a beautification project or benches or whatever it might be, that's a better way, and then it continues to meet the standard of the city, because everybody's getting older. You only have to look at the Isenju group. I mean, younger people aren't stepping up to the plate.
Easy
Rotary,
now.
Rotary, Rotary.
Thank you.
I mean, 30 years ago when I joined Rotary, I was like one of the youngest people, and 30 years later, I'm still one of the youngest people at Rotary. I mean, so let's move this discussion, because now we're getting kind of more into
The weeds?
the weeds. Well, more into the weeds. We're getting more into the pollinators, because we're pollinating some thoughts here. And if we could have a workshop on that, because I don't know so much that it will impact a decision to say that we're going to have community groups get involved. There's still a certain base level of cost, and we're talking about the budget.
Yeah, I hear you, Mayor. And if I may, just to share my last thought here, because it's not in the weeds, it's actually more like 30,000 feet. It's the opposite of the weeds. We're going way up into the sky.
That's the pollinator.
But the principle here, I think, will apply, that I'd like to share, and I'll probably share a few more times, that I'd like to apply certainly to operations, but on an ongoing basis, which is this, that there's a life cycle to everything, including projects like the Hendricks Garden, the involvement.
Yeah.
So the Rotary Club, the Lions Club. And if we think that's a failure of the system, then we're misunderstanding how systems work. And we have to plan for
Failure, renewal.
Yeah, failure, renewal, and recurrence. And so the Hendricks Garden, other projects will go through one group, they'll fade out, and another group will step up. And I think that's really important to embrace, because that's how we're going to get community to develop that capacity to contribute to their own community.
So if we could put in good bricks and mortar, or whatever you might call it to start with, as the city,
Yeah.
then it allows for easier overlay of a group, and then you're not necessarily going back to the beginning. I understand the life cycle of things, because I've seen it, having been here long enough to watch that evolution. But again, it's that having the solid foundation, which I think is part of your comments about resiliency, is that you don't want to be building on shifting sand. And then you can ask others to come in to participate, and then that ebb and flow becomes less dramatic over time. And that's what we're trying to, with resiliency, avoid, is drama, at least in my mind.
And Cottonwood Park is
Yeah.
a perfect example of long-term.
And that ebbed
Community
and
group.
flowed over time too, so.
But it will fail. This
Yeah.
is the point, is that the Cottonwood, the Isuzu group, plan for it to end. Like, plan for that involvement to end, expect it to end, embrace it even. Because let's say in 5 or 10 years, when sort of key people who we thought would live forever don't, then it's okay. We're not panicking. We're not panicking. The next group will step up and
I think we captured it. I hear it. I think people seem to
So
get it.
I think that's the structure you're building that allows, various groups to interact. How do you as this group loses, some of its key members, how do you work that others
Right.
step up and start to get involved in, and as Councillor Woodward said, our history is what's happened is there's been a complete failure, and we've had to step in and take over these parks, and so I think strengthening that we don't have complete failures, we have more resiliency of other people stepping in at the right time, and I think that's the piece that we haven't done a great job on.
I agree. And what we need to think about is not just building the internal systems or the internal capacity in the city, but recognize that the community needs to feel welcome, needs to feel like, oh yeah, I can step in. I'm not going to get a no by default. I'm not going to be running into resistance at City Hall. I'm going to feel like
at the front, sign
welcome.
it out to park.
That's
there's a
part of
program.
the cultural structure
Yeah,
that we
Yeah.
need.
Anyway, I think maybe this is a good discussion. We're going to meet later on around priorities, and if this is a priority, when you mentioned, the ecological values, and community resilience, we have, our EM team that works strongly with community around, we recognize there that in emergencies, we can't manage the whole thing. So that's a really critical piece that, so that's, a piece of it. We did the urban tree forestry study, so that's really looking at, that whole urban tree canopy that we work with, so that's part of it. So I think there's parks, there's water, there's a whole bunch of things, so it sounds like it's a worthwhile discussion, because I think we are involved in a number of things, we just don't language it that way.
Yeah.
Councillor Tate.
I can't find that tree canopy thing in our zillions of notes. Could somebody forward it to me, please? Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
I can't find it.
Yeah.
I know it's somewhere in there. But if
It's a good
someone-
word. It's really interesting.
Thank you.
Ooh, I missed that one. Send it, yeah.
So
That was
moving
the
on to our
nature-based
operating-
solution. Nature-based solution report that was done by summer student
the gavel,
class
eh?
in summer.
Thank you.
Mika.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, back to you.
Okay, I'm going back to my service in Bali here. So my team, what we are looking to do when we talk about continuity and succession planning for even infrastructure, this is that $50,000 on the first bullet. So this is now to cover the maintenance costs of, most importantly, the brand new pier. So that includes right down to the water, raking out the milfoil that you may have seen our team do throughout the summer. The Hall Street beds, those need attention. So we're not asking for the personnel, we're asking for the materials and supplies to complete the proper maintenance. That will also include the Lakeside Drive multi-use path. So this is just to increase that operational budget to ensure that we have kind of the tools in our toolbox to complete the maintenance requirements to those key pieces. Bullet number 2 is the fencing. So the bocce and the basketball, they need separation. So when bocce is playing, we don't want the basketballs to come flying in. One other key item there, what we noticed is folks coming through on their e-bikes. They have open access to the basketball, and a couple burnouts were done. So those tiles we need to protect. We went to kind of the best design we could with the hoops, so it won't be a massive enclosure. We'll have the height behind the hoops and then a 4-foot everywhere else, and then a kind of zero scape in between the bocce and basketball. So that is a fencing ask there. And then again,
So I'm gonna stop you there, because again, I'm gonna ask this question because it was in my head and I asked finance beforehand. Again, have we considered reaching out to the basketball group and or the Italian Society for a financial contribution to this fencing?
I think with a lot of the fundraising that was completed for those projects through those two groups, we haven't stepped out to them for the cost of the fencing.
Yeah, because just a thought that, we do have the, what do they call them now?
SIPS grants.
SIP grants, ready grants, whatever we are at, that they could be applying for some money through the Columbia Basin Trust money at this point, which they have applied for, but I think basketball applied. I don't know that the Italian Society ever applied.
They did.
In regards to the bocce. But they could be applying through that granting process, so I don't know if there's
I have a call set up with James for tomorrow, so.
okay,
can bring it
so
up.
back over to you, Chair of the Recreation Commission,
Yep,
to
I'm already on.
have a chat. And you know what, and it just, like, every little bit helps reduce the taxation impact. And again, because of the fact that let's just face it, recreation facilities within the city boundaries of the city of Nelson are used by not only the city of Nelson residents, but residents from the surrounding area. And so we shoulder the taxation costs. So I think by accessing these grants, so I'm not saying that they have to go out and have a cookie drive, but
Yep.
there's other granting that they could utilize that would bring some money in to reduce our taxpayers' cost. So not particularly your job, it was more like
Yeah.
we all know people that are involved with these organizations at different levels that maybe we could put the bug in their ear, but Councillor Page has picked up and is running with that now.
I
with
have a
that
few
group as well.
calls like that. Is there like a list? Like we're saying fencing, but are there other groups that also need a call to kind of say, hey? we're
Well, there
looking to
could
do
be,
an
but I mean, those are ones that when I went through the budget during, my Christmas reading, it was one thing that came to my mind.
Yeah, that's good.
And from my standpoint, this infrastructure, the bocce, the hoops, those all came, to fruition towards the end of this past season. From my standpoint, we need to protect that infrastructure as soon as possible from any vandalism, and that first step is fencing.
Okay.
So the sooner that we can apply that fencing, the longer we can secure that
Yeah,
infrastructure.
I wouldn't, my suggestion is never that we hold off until somebody comes up with some money. It's more the fact that they can submit a donation later, like continue to do the
love
work.
it.
Yes, we do have to protect it. Those were not inexpensive projects down there, and the thought that people are laying rubber on the, on the basketball court is unfortunate. Councillor
I'm
Payne.
just interested in a ballpark, like how much does a fence, how much would that cost? Is that like
The line
10,
item's
20?
40,000.
40,000, thank you, that's what I was. So even if we
It's in
can
the
defray
ask.
that, and the SIPS applications are open now, so that would be a fairly quick.
And any
procedure.
valuation to my requests are in the package provided.
Yeah.
But I believe it's 40,000 with my memory.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. There was a lot.
You want us to write the application in
No, I would like to see those community user groups take the initiative to write the application and put their name on it.
And I think in my experience with the SIP grants, people do tend to put a lot of energy in it, which maybe is not always 100% necessary. I don't know if you need 10 people giving a recommendation of why this should happen. If you show us a business case and bring it forward, I know at this table we would consider that without a huge amount of backup. Just saying.
Final ask is to preserve our infrastructure. So when we talk about our washrooms at all of the parks, these are simple renos to keep that infrastructure facilities looking decent. So we would first continue that. As you can see, it's a continuous ask. We would start with the bathhouse, the men's and women's washrooms, and give it a bit of a facelift. And then we would move on to other park facility washrooms. So this is, fresh paint, countertops, replacement of urinals, toilets, these types of easy win remodels. We're not going to build new washrooms. We're just going to spruce it up. So that's an ongoing ask as well.
How much are we going to get into the bathhouses at Lakeside? Is that going to be a complete gut and redo, or are we still going to walk into a urinal?
So I'm going to work directly with Sam Ellison, our facilities manager. As you know, this is his wheelhouse. This, you know, facilities is his expertise. He's talked about boxing those urinals. We talk about space, but I'm really looking to him to provide the solutions to something like the bathhouse, where we can kind of preserve, make it a bit more accessible, cleaner.
Could I just say, you know, this slide in general, I think represents, you know, from a broader perspective, you know, there's the additional operating funds. This is to address what we've talked about over the last year, that, you know, we've increased our inventory significantly over the last number of years without any increase in funding for the people to look after it.
Yeah.
That's where you see that. You know, the fencing around Lakeside, as Charlie said, that's protecting these new assets to make sure that they're good, that, you know, we don't have to pour more money into that. And finally, with the washrooms and the facilities around our parks, again, this is something that hasn't been done in a long time, that is just required.
Yeah.
So whether we end up with our exact perfect solution at the outset, like, this is actually a pretty small number. Top of my head, I think it's probably on the next slide for the washrooms, but it's not a lot of money. So you're not going to get, you know, it's going to get spruced up, but it's not going to be a full rebuild. You aren't going to be walking into a brand new building, you know, for that amount. So, you know, I think it's just important to recognize that what Charlie's trying to do is make sure that we are keeping a standard throughout our parks, but also being cognizant of the overall, you know, investment made there, and to be able to walk through all of those facilities, recognizing that, you know, we are making up for a bit of lost time on this front. So
my only comment is, when it comes to the bathhouses, that's one where it's been in that current design scope for quite a long time, and if we are getting in there, I feel like that's one place I would want to provide a little bit more room for Sam to come up with something that will last longer, because there's more fixtures to move, there's more pieces to rejigger, maybe less people trying to be served out of that small space. It just, to me, strikes as a place that if we're not going to get rid of that building in the next 50 years, can we really just get into some of those and make them last a good 25 or 30 before we really want to go spend more money, rather than, I know it's keeping the standard. I totally appreciate that. And just that one facility feels like it needs a little bit stronger intervention.
Yeah. So we have a lot of old infrastructure like that, and, you know, we can certainly bring back a different strategy of not, you know, putting the lipstick on the pig, which is really what we're doing here. We're not doing a total gut and revamp and rethink and all that. You know,
And it doesn't, yeah, it's somewhere in the middle.
yeah, we can, you know, we can certainly bring that back as other options. Obviously, the budget implications are significantly different if we look at it, and that might be the right decision, is to, you know, to invest in some of these key ones more fully. You know, it wasn't until the, you know, baseball group got involved in QE that, you know, that was disastrous there, and we don't do a very good job of maintaining that basic infrastructure. You look at the Civic, those washrooms in there are from the 20s.
Like
Retro.
Right?
I'll put it in the
We
ready
have a lot
ask
of-
with
we
these
have a lot of
groups.
retro.
I'll bring it
Heritage.
up. I'll bring it up with the groups as well on
Yeah.
the ready asks. Like, those are the bathrooms that serve those courts,
Yeah,
predominantly too. So there's places to work together. But
yeah.
yeah,
No, I don't
my
dis-
sense and my instincts say a little bit more money's gonna.
Yeah, I don't disagree that, you know, we've got a lot of old stuff, and I guess there's a couple strategies. We just sort of get them to a sink that wasn't put in 1950 to a modern sink is this. If we want to kind of revamp those spaces to be more of a current space that will last 20 or 30 years, or show that, or, but those are two.
You know, and that's another community built facility.
Well, and like, do we really need urinals if we have 2 stalls and a sink at the door, right? It's.
Yep.
I mean, or do we look at, you know, gender neutral bathrooms? I mean, there's
General
lots
neutral
to
ready.
contemplate, Councillor Page, but again, that's another building that was, you know, built by a community group that built the original outdoor swimming pool, and,
Well, it explains
You
the
know,
design
that-
choices.
it's just a cinder block structure. We're liable to get in there and start looking around, and if we want to move too much, we might be back at step one or something like that.
There's water lines and drains on all walls, so.
Anyhow,
I'm back.
Councillor Dane.
Is it dysfunctional?
Yes.
It doesn't work? Okay, I don't go there. Like, it's a difference to me between being, needing a cosmetic upgrade, but, does water come out of the tap? Do the toilets flush? Are they functional?
You walk in the door and it's urinals. Like,
Yeah, it's
and then the
quite
sinks at the
open,
back.
like even on the women's, like it's just quite open.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's old school.
it was old school, but it was also, you didn't go into those they were part of the fenced off part around the pool, so
Okay.
the bathroom egress and ingress is kind of there now, in my, you're really making me go back in my mind, was
I
for
love
the
history.
pool, like you came out of the bathrooms and you were in the pool area, which was fenced off, right? And so those changing rooms are still open, they've got like the offset zigzag, that you kind of got some privacy, and then you were out on the pool deck, so it's, you kind of have to envision what it looked like, last week.
And,
Okay,
is
well, I
that,
just want to
and is that the
clarify.
standard council wants? Does it still work, or do you want people to come down to Lakeside Park and come into a washroom where they feel it's, we look after things and they're modern and they're they're a standard that the rest of the park is, because they're not.
It's a
They're
tough
not.
one, because if you go to the park, oftentimes people will tap you on the shoulder and say, when are you, and they always point at that building, are you gonna do some work on that building, I mean, and it's way more used now, just because of the fact we've got the paddle rental center there, like, there's more people that wanna just like use the bathroom there and use that facility that's right there, because we've built more infrastructure and activity around where that building is. It's high use because people want to use the Rotary shelter. Now we got the tennis court, basketball, bocce.
Yeah, and my approach with this valuation being quite a bit on the lower end when you compare a full remodel. This is $50,000 per year to help bring that to a minimum standard, essentially. So let's improve it to, I think we're all in agreement what it currently is. It just needs a little more attention and a little more help throughout the years. I think until, maybe we do want to put hundreds of thousands of dollars into that, because these bathroom renos are not cheap, but this is an increase to what is the current standard.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I'm just trying to match up the first slide operating to the sheets that we have. Is that page 22, Parks operating budget, Parks, there's a $50,000 there?
Yep.
Is that the one? Okay, because here it says it is for staff time, and I thought you mentioned it was primarily for materials, so that's what's confusing to me.
Yeah, I mean, we'll work with Charlie to kind of figure out exactly what that breakdown needs to
Okay,
be, but
okay.
we
I just
know
wanted to
you're
make
gonna
sure I
need-
had the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, already they're pushing up over where they budgeted for summer casual labor, so we definitely know we need some more there, and there'll be some for materials and supplies and that sort of thing, but
Gotcha. So I heard you say about
If you just add to
ordering the
that clarity,
plants
I'm
with
not
the-
asking for a full-time FTE.
Got it. Yeah, I
that's-
just wanted to make
so
sure I had the right one.
Material
That was the
supply
one.
and labor, so sorry for the correction there.
That's
There will
okay.
be staff time, it's not a full-time FTE.
Yeah, there's just a lot of small
Yeah.
details here
It's
that
the
I'm
s-
trying to keep track of.
summer casual staff that would be involved of just giving them more hours, yeah, we wouldn't be hiring a new position.
Gotcha, thank you.
Mayor, may I ask, we're on, I'm just looking at the schedule here, it's sent by Amy. I think we're good, like for timing, right? Because I just wanted to ask another question, but I don't want to
You know what?
Get us
We-
behind.
This is the budget time. If we have to add more days to the budget, we just, well, no, I mean, honestly, it's like, now is your chance,
Okay.
because there's no point, and then we pass a budget, and then all of a sudden, wow, we forgot something, and
Right.
I wouldn't want to pass the budget, and then the first thing we have to do is come back and do a financial adjustment.
Okay, so my question is, let's just say those like the Lakeside Park is it's just becoming this like, I mean, it's always been fantastic since I was like a little kid, but it just gets kind of better every year, and we're adding all these facilities, and it's such a beautiful location. And, you know, Rotary is deeply involved, and has a long history there. So with the bathrooms, I mean, this is, you know, basically a concrete bunker. You know, have we done it in the past where you're like, okay, we're gonna totally remodel this building, but we need help from the community? Have we done that where we've gone out and said, you know, we can put in this much to the city, but we're looking for this much from the community or community groups to like really do a good bathroom situation with the storage and because the park is growing, and you know, we always want to put our best face forward, and people come there and go, wow, this place is amazing.
I think that's traditionally where Rotary has been involved in those capital projects as opposed to ongoing operating. So yeah, there would definitely be a partner that you would approach. You know, Lakeside is part of the regional parks that are supported by the RD. You know, I think there's potential for capital ask for the RD as well to contribute on that side. I don't know, Chris, where we got to, because we haven't increased the amount of funding from the RD since we initially, they agreed to, you know, to fund Lakeside and some of these other key parks. And I know you're having discussions. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, we have a presentation on Tuesday to kind of present, you know, what we've done in the park since that agreement first came in 2019 to sort of where we are today. Some of the same information that Charlie's sharing with us of the amount of efforts we've put down at the playing fields and Lakeside Park, the amount of investment we put into that, and hopefully work together with them to have that reflected in a new agreement going forward.
And
I just wanted to supplement.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let staff go over here to
Okay.
finish the
Okay.
staff story. Then
And
I will go
I just
to
have
you for supplemental,
Yeah.
and then to you. So
okay.
Now, just to add to that there's a lot of people, like, you know, as you mentioned, accurately mentioned, there's been a lot of growth down there and a lot of new interesting things. There continues to be a number of parties that are also interested in getting in down there, right? So I think it would be, you know, if we look to a full rebuild, there's a whole lot of options. Already the RDCK leases part of that building for their NDCC camps. So, you know, that's an opportunity. I know that there's, you know, there's a number of clubs down there that have talked about that. There's volleyball, there's, you know, soccer, all sorts that are in that area. So it could really evolve into a larger discussion, I think, if we get into that. Hey, we might look at fully redoing this building. Just know that we get canvassed a lot by different groups to say, hey, what are the options down there? What could we possibly do? So I guess just making everybody aware of that possibility. There's a lot of interest.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
supplemental.
Thank you.
Page Tate.
So, I'm just having supplemental there.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I guess my sort of, as always with this job, is finding this balancing act of like, as we invest some sort of fix-up money, not investing too much, because if we are actually, like, say in 5 years or something, we're gonna actually totally revamp that building, then we don't wanna have spent $250,000 or $150,000 on fix-it jobs, and then that's just gone. So it definitely feels like it's one of those things, like, are we just patching for 5 to 10 years, or are we patching and then we're going to rebuild in 5 years? Because we always have these kind of long-term plans, and I guess I'm just curious as to where we might be going.
So this is for not just the bathhouse, right? We're talking Lions, you know, Rosemont had to have some attention as well. So if we separate the parks, you know, maybe it's just a $50,000 investment for the bathhouse, as then the next year we pivot, as this is an ongoing request, then we would pivot to Lions.
Right.
So is it a 5 to 10 year? Well, it could be, you know, something to keep that infrastructure going, and then as the fifth year comes up, as this budget's only for 5 years, then maybe we've completed what we set out to achieve, and we've maintained that infrastructure to last another 10 years so that we can plan for a major investment. But we want to keep the toilets flushing and the sinks going, and that's what these funds are really looking to do.
And yeah, if I could just add to that, like, we've never really had a line item for this type of thing, and so it's just recognizing that, like, as Chris Johnson said there, you know, we have these facilities and we need to recognize that there's going to be some ongoing costs associated with that. So we're not talking about, redoing whole buildings. It's just recognizing that, we need to budget accordingly to do this kind of regular maintenance and upkeep. So that's really all this item is.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Page.
I don't know if I've missed it, but with that contribution from the RDCK, we should consider some signage, some like acknowledgements when we come into these parks, just to really honor that money comes in. It could be just basically, how do we put the logo on when you're coming to Lakeside Park, supported by Rotary and RDCK and the City of Nelson, right? Just to acknowledge that and keep tying those things together.
Are they in that?
In their parks?
I think that's a conversation we have. I think we can start that conversation and say we really appreciate this contribution, and we know you guys have unified signage around
Maybe it's
for the parks, and so
identifying their regional parks. Right? City Nelson logo would look weird out at Rosebud Lake.
well, that's what I'm talking about. Where that contribution from them is coming, and where we're,
Yeah, I think maybe just recognize them as regional parks.
yeah.
So do you not chair that commission?
But I'm saying we would have to agree to have the logo on, and yes, I do, yeah, of course. That's why I'm bringing it up. But we would have to be amicable to putting that logo on our own signs to recognize the contribution coming from the region, and that these are regional parks. And they receive contribution from the Regional Park Service. And then people walk through those gates and they see that logo and they're like, yeah, that's a strong connection. I can see that every day.
I think that's something to add to your docket too as well for your next.
Once you get budget
Regional
asked
park.
through, then we're all over. Because I think the other thing, we traditionally haven't asked for capital money from the region. We pay, the city pays capital for every other regional park. It's just that capital for our parks has not been recognized.
Great.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks so much. Speaking of signage, one time when I first moved here, I took a picture of the signs at Lions Park, and we might one day look at aggregating all the signs, because I'm like, no parking, no smoking, watch for falling branches. Like, there's a lot happening.
I think the trees are gone now.
What's that?
The trees are gone now, so.
So what GM Johnson said brings up for me and this conversation about the number of activities that we have in the community, and we're a really active community. We're really a sport and recreation oriented community, and I know we've got a parks master plan coming, which is highly focused on the cemetery. As the city grows, I think it's important, and as that master plan gets developed, scaffolded outward, I think it's important to look at where can we expand our parks. We're an outdoor community. Lakeside has a ton of pressure on it. I don't know if you guys have been down there on a Saturday. In the summer, it's like chock full of tourists and chock full of locals, and there's almost no place to put a blanket. You certainly could not throw a baseball between the playground and the beach. There's just not enough space, which is awesome. I love it. So now what, right? So now what? So something to be thinking of for 10 years. Also an option. You can't throw a baseball at Tagum either. You can't throw a baseball at Tagum.
Mobile privilege.
Yeah.
Trying to strengthen the bus connections to tag them.
Yeah.
Also an option. All the unofficial
I
beaches.
think we need to do a better job of painting that picture, because we don't necessarily do that. And I think Councillor Page's idea of really focusing on these regional parks, and they're all very close. We have no more left. So.
Ooh, a parks bus. Like that just was like just like the tour to parks on a little short bus. Amazing. Where's Rick?
I asked Transit to look at it.
Let's go, Transit.
Transit is looking at it.
So many ideas. That sounds cheap. up tour to parks. That's no problem.
It's just a bus stop.
Yeah, maybe even our signage in our various parks, even identifying where the other parks are.
I'd see. It's growing. Makes sense. You could have one in all of them.
Okay, we want to just be
partners.
careful about, what do they call that, sign pollution? You just commented on the multiple of signs at
Scope creep.
Lions Park.
Concept creep.
All right.
But maybe a good map like the parking map app, like
Parks of the
the
regional
parking, we could have a
districts.
park and parking. We could have two maps that you could Google on your phone or whatever you do to get those things to come up. So, back to you, Mr. Henderson, I
Okay,
believe.
mapping out for our time. I still have public works to get through and
Yeah.
operations.
Good luck.
So there is just one more slide on this, which shows our parks budget in 2024, 2025. We're going to have evaluation with the difference there. That's including some of the ask, the $50,000 asking to our operating. The 9,500 is regarding our invasive species, so we saved a bit of money there. And then the capital below.
I would just say that on that top line item, while that $50,000, you can see that it doesn't quite make up the total difference. We, of course, do have the union wage from the new agreement included in that as well.
And if there's,
I just want to say thank you because I love our parks in this town, and I love how each park kind of is unique. There's, I guess because there's been an organic growth of all the parks, but it's not like uniform. Each park is kind of its own thing, and it probably makes it a little more challenging maybe to maintain all of that uniqueness, but it is really beautiful.
Councillor Payne, you're perseverating, so I'm thinking you have a question on your mind.
Yeah, sorry, that was just fast for me. I wasn't ready, and it's interesting because, we didn't have this slide before now. So when you were saying the fencing was in here, I was looking for it, but I think this is the first time I've seen a dollar amount for it, so thank you. Got it now.
So yeah, in the capital piece, you'll see in the package that you got before Christmas, you'll see the fencing in there and
Oh, so it is
washroom.
on one of these sheets?
Yes.
Sorry, I just was having a hard time.
Yeah, and there's sort of a
I'm
parks
gonna
capital
rearrange at lunchtime and
piece.
put all public works together so I can,
Yeah, there's a parks one that's just parks capital, and we just picked out a couple of the significant ones there.
okay.
And then as far as the operating, again, it's in 50,000, but that's for material supplies, extra casual labor.
That one I
in the
found.
Summer. Yeah.
Under operating.
Yes.
So I didn't really, yeah.
So there's two 50,000s out there.
We should have made them different
Yeah,
numbers.
that's, sorry, it's me just getting all the numbers straight, but, no, I think I got it. I do like to study these afterwards, and I'll come back with other questions if I have them. Thank you.
so after this slide, we will move to public works. I may need help.
Oh, security fencing, found it. I'm gonna move it up.
Keith, will you bring that up at the
What page is
regional
security
table about
fencing?
creating these
The washroom's
regional
We're
sites?
having, well, we're having Chris
Washroom's
for
56?
parks
You
on
found it?
Tuesday,
Yeah.
so we'll keep
Haven't
building the
got to
conversation
washroom
now that
yet. I just.
basically
had
hearing
the-
mostly consent around this table to go, no, she's like, no, we want a regional district logo on it. She'll talk to it.
I don't think that's the same one. I don't
I
see the
got-
40,000 for the fencing in here. I got
I
muddled,
saw,
but
I saw the fencing one.
Yeah, security fencing at Public Works. Oh, no, I have 125,000. Oh,
yeah,
that's the
park-
operations
the parks
yard,
washroom
wrong
is
one.
56.
Okay,
Oh, and the fencing is 55. There we go.
55,
I got
thank
it.
you.
Yeah,
Sorry
56,
about that.
55. We got it. We found it.
68, 69.
You're right. 55, 56.
70 pages, multiple
We got it.
details.
We're not as quick as you, but we try really hard to be engaged.
Doing that.
Okay, Sally Forth.
Sorry, 58.
You still have quorum,
Nope.
so
55, 56, it's on the back.
Keep going.
One
Got
piece
it.
of
Okay.
paper.
Thank you, got it now, yay.
So I'm going to switch departments, and I'm going to give a bit of an overview, just for clarity of what operations looks like. So we have multiple different departments within operations. That org chart that was in your package is high level. Down at operations, we're committed to maintaining and enhancing Nelson's critical infrastructure with excellence. We deliver essential services from transit, utilities, parks, and the airport. We're guided by best practices, sustainability, and a dedication to serving our community's needs. So who are we? We are 107 employees. That ranges from summer students, casuals, union staff, management. In that 107, there's 5 managers, 1 director, and Mr. Johnson as our GM. So transit, public works, parks, cemetery, utilities, wastewater treatment plant, shop and fleet, and airport are all under my purview, and that is my team. It's
2 directors, no?
I
No.
can't find 5 managers.
Charlie's the director.
engineering has a separate director who is Colin Innes.
Yeah.
And right behind.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 are coming off of you on this org chart, Charlie.
So I'm going to move over to our next slide if
All right,
there's.
Councillor Payne, you have a question about the
I'm just,
organization
so I
chart, so
thought
somebody
you
can
said
confirm.
5 managers, and I'm looking at the org chart, and I see 4 boxes. What am I missing? And
Probably the
Mark
transit
is an
supervisor.
administrator.
Where do we have transit in here?
It's under fleet, so it could go like fleet
Oh, yeah.
manager, transit manager.
So is this 2
would
different
help.
things?
Those fall under Charlie.
Yeah, but one goes below the other, that's why it's confusing.
Yeah.
For 5, that's all. It's all good.
So you do have 5, Kate?
If you include the transit supervisor as a manager, then that makes 5.
And
Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay. Okay, so, thank you.
Welcome.
If you say 5 and I see 4, it just sends me off somewhere. I got it now.
I'm going to jump ahead one slide and then I'm going to back up. So our infrastructure maintenance, we expanded our alley rehabilitation project. So that's adding asphalt grindings into the alleys. And then we use a product called Reclamite. That is a binding agent essentially. We did this through the Park and Hoover area, Josephine and Silica, 700 block, Ward and Carbonate, on Ward between Carbonate and Mill. These are very successful programs. They mitigate dust in the area, maintenance, and it turns it to an asphalt style road network. And we're reusing from years of capital and grinding, and so we have a massive stockpile of this material and we're reusing it into our alleys. Downtown core enhancement. So as I mentioned, we had 2 full-time staff members through the summertime, keeping that downtown core very appeasing to our tourists and our locals. Our road maintenance and snow removal, enhanced preventative maintenance. So this would bringing up our crack sealing program, which was dormant for a few years. That has been re-engaged, and if you remember last year, 2 road maintenance workers were approved, or we added, in our operations budget, which has enhanced our crack sealing program. Snow removal, we brought in the beet juice. We are bringing our salt brine production and application unit. We improved our route and downtown snow loadout procedures there. Back to our accessibility.
So successful, we had no snow.
Yeah. The snow removal
Right
budget
out-
is
right out
looking
to the
wonderful.
Is it the beet juice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Incredible.
It's the
threat
threat.
of beet
It's
juice.
the threat. I will move on, but just one comment. So we are on parks budgets in January, so that increase to that budget is definitely well needed, as we are not touching our snow removal budget currently.
If I could just jump on that too, I think when we bring you before we do our year end and get it audited, I can kind of share with you sort of what we're seeing for how we ended the year. And yes, we'll see that we're, down on public works, basically because we didn't use a lot of our snow removal budget in 2024, but we're higher on parks. So that's exactly what Charlie's saying. It's the same folks, it's just transitioning at different times in the year and focus on different things when it's needed, but that's kind of what you'll see.
So just back to that Moby mat, that required a lot of effort, especially from our concrete finishers out of Public Works and from Colin's team having that engineering design. So it was a real collaborations with Rotary and all of our internal teams as well. Our road sweeping. So I've been really watching the technologies, especially with electrification. My confidence level is always quite low when we're talking heavy equipment. The technology is not there. I've really kept my eye on one piece of equipment that we actually brought in for a demo, and that is an electric sweeper. It's able to finish an 8-hour shift, and that's kind of really key when we're talking electrifications with municipal equipment. It was very successful. We were all very impressed. I've seen it at conferences. I've been watching it for the last 5 years, and finally we brought it in as I'm getting more and more confident with that technology. So this is something that is kind of a sustainability thing that we are really trying to keep our finger on the pulse through conventions and trade shows. It's a very nimble machine, and it comes at quite a high price tag, but so do gas-powered sweepers as well. So it's in about that $600,000 mark, and I'm sure it's increasing. But a gas is about $500,000. So technology is coming along, and that's very exciting when we talk about municipal equipment.
When I saw the little pickup truck was running around the other
The
day.
Max EV, one of my favorites. Yeah.
How long have we had that?
About 6 months now.
Oh, I missed
Yep.
it.
Yeah, Public Works Parks. It's so we have kind of 4 in the fleet now. We have the Max EV, we have the side-by-side down at Rotary, we have the Lightning, and we have a Chevy Bolt for transit as well. So that's where we're at currently with inventory.
So more for the parade next year.
Almost one for each of us now. I want the dibs on.
Yeah, but then who's handing out the candy?
I'll sit in the back of the pickup truck, the little one. 100%.
It's not a pickup truck.
It's just pickup truck for me.
Max EV.
All right, we're way behind schedule.
So we've really looked to that unified look. So when you come into Lakeside Park, you can identify a city worker, a parks worker in that. So we work towards our PPE requirements. They have, new jackets, new hoodies, new vests, and it's something, one, for a work safe standard, but also that unified look. So that was a big win in 2024. One just example of, helping out with the budget is bringing items that are low-hanging fruit that maybe we used to contract out previously. So lime painting, we didn't bring the whole program in-house, but we brought things like stop bars, downtown parking lines, the easy win stuff that we can, save the taxpayers. We try to do those low-hanging fruit, and the line painting program was one of those, and that was, I feel, a big success.
Sorry to interrupt.
So Tate,
Did I just hear you say that it's cheaper to bring things in-house than to have contractors?
It depends on the economy.
Okay.
I look back to 5 years ago compared to last year, and there's definitely items. When we talk about paint, there was a massive fire down in the southern states, which destroyed a plastic factory, and we just saw this massive increase in material costs and quality. But there is times where contractors are definitely more expensive than our in-house labor, but we also have to identify our capabilities of completing these large scales. So when it's low-hanging fruit, smaller projects, those are easy wins for us.
Thank you.
Probably one of the biggest successes in 2024 was bringing in the KLW transit route acquisition. A substantial amount of effort across, around this table was made. We brought in 20 additional positions with that transit. It's being managed exceptionally well. So yeah, that was a big win. We're very proud of what happened there. Great. Safety initiatives were really into adhering to our work safe standards and our training. So first aid, traffic control. A big one was the Indigenous awareness education for all staff, especially the working group that put that on. I thought that was very well done. And across the board, we got very positive feedback from that. We moved to an heavy equipment operator assessment program and operator-specific snow removal certificates that the American Public Works Association puts on.
Councillor Tate.
Thank you for this. I had actually requested this get added on here, to like what kind of internal training we're doing. I know that parks and public works often overlap and intersect with some of our vulnerable population, and I just wanted to recommend, if you have time or whatever your work plan looks like for PD this year, is some of the Ryan Dowd training,
Okay.
which can be really, really helpful. And we used it at the college.
Okay.
It's videos, but the presenter and the educator is named Ryan Dowd, and he really is able to approach how to intersect with all of our different residents from just like a regular librarian type perspective.
Okay,
as
thank you.
example. Yeah.
Councillor Tate.
The library is
Sarah's
using it.
working with Ryan Dowd.
Yay, win. Thank you.
So we will be rolling that out.
I love, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's so
And we've done,
Yeah, we've done it. I've
done that in the past as well.
cool.
I've done
Thank
this
you.
program.
Okay. I have a couple of comments on this for our goals. Ongoing street improvements that included our crack sealing, the completion of the lakeside pathway as mentioned before. I think Colin will speak to our city bridges and capital.
Councillor Payne.
Yes. Can I talk about snow removal? Have I passed that
Not there.
opportunity?
He.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm interested in our service level around snow removal, and we did get an email recently about that, because our policy talks about activating at 1 centimeter. I think I brought this forward. So I just looked out around the province at a number of other mountain towns and also Modi in our area, and the consistent number seems to be 4 centimeters.
I think our policy states 3 centimeters is a bare surface.
Okay, sorry. When I read it, I thought it was 1, but I'll double check. Maybe
Active, you said activated, and he said base.
Yeah, so we consider a bare road at 3 centimeters. Yeah.
How much snow do we need to have fallen before the trucks go out?
We
how does that happen? I
actively
guess
try
I'm
to
curious about
prevent. So we, rather than have a reaction standpoint, we try to, that's the whole point of beet juice and salt brine. So we will do that to reduce, but we activate as soon as there's accumulation. But we have a policy that protects us. Does that make sense?
So you
There's a best
activate as
practice.
soon as there's accumulation. So what's the accumulation number? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Could be a skiff. It could be a skiff when we're outstanding.
Okay.
Like you get a weather report, you start going out.
Yep. We don't wait with a measuring stick to say 2.5 centimeters, we're not
Yep.
turning. We don't do that.
That's what okay. Because it seems to me that they keep plowing the streets until it's bare, not 3 centimeters bare. So maybe it's just the area
There's a
that I'm in
public
then.
safety component, there's also a widening component.
Yeah.
So in that policy, it states, we will widen areas, we'll do snow load out as well. So, we don't want to create a surface. Our goal is always to have bare and safe roads and sanded. So there's a public safety component. There's also a municipal immunity policy that protects us.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad I didn't see the 3 centimeter number anywhere, but now I have a better understanding of that.
Yeah.
And we went with 3 because of 4 instead of 4. Kimberly is 3.77. I thought that was sort of weird, but everybody else I looked at was 4.
Pretty steep.
Okay.
Councillor Tate.
I have a question about the alleys. And I guess, do you have like a schedule of which alleys go next? Same like we have a schedule of which roads and which sidewalks. And I'm curious if there's a way for the public to say, hey, you might not be aware, but a particular alley needs a particular amount of attention. Is there a good feedback mechanism for that? Or you're likely aware, but sometimes
Yeah, during
it's
the
not on the
original
next
presentation that I brought to council, it stated we will be working from the downtown core
Yeah.
out, so that we are methodical through this process. As we try, and there was a big feedback regarding Park Street, so we did go to that one because it needed major attention and it's quite high up. But our program is to work from the downtown core out,
Okay, thanks. Do you have a timeline for when that would be done then?
the entire city.
Sure, yeah.
My retirement.
Well, I'm curious, would it be worthwhile to look at some of the ones that tend to be more dangerous after rainfall because
Yeah,
of the
and we do.
gravel?
Yep, so those alluvial fans that we see on the roadway, those have been identified. But with that, we may need an engineering component because of the velocity of water coming off. So there is a lot to go, and we don't just dispatch and then say, oh my, that was a lot of water that we shot into the neighbors. We don't want to transfer that risk to a private property. So if we have a storm system there or not. So velocity plays a really big picture in that deciding factor.
Great, so it's not just from the downtown core out, it's a downtown core out.
With multiple
nuance.
factors. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Charlie, in terms of our unpaved streets, is this a solution?
No. So these are for alleys. These are for low volume, not seeing, 100 cars an hour. This
We do
is a
have-
recycling form. So we have mountains of this material and Reclamite is the binder. So
So we do have, for example, the top of Macquarie, I forget what street that is, that goes along the,
like if we talk Creek Street, this wouldn't be a solution for it.
yeah.
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 Those, you need that hot mix asphalt.
So some of those that are gravel road, that's a better standard than,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this
Okay.
is for kind of the low volume dust control, lowering our maintenance program so that we can allocate, better to the downtown core in future years.
And, a big, Charlie said it there, but go a bit further is, those alluvial fans that kick out of the laneways after a rainfall, our crews go by, fire the sweeper up, go clean all that stuff up. This supports lesser investment in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's dangerous for the sidewalks. Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
No problem. And I think I'm going to be passing it over to Mr. Ennis.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Ennis can get up to the table, but we're gonna have a little break for 10 minutes.
Only allowed to be, if you want to work at the city,
Yeah, only
Chris
one
Collin.
calling, yeah. Too many Chris's, but only one calling now, okay.
Or Charlie.
C.
Charlie,
In
Charlie.
25 years, it will be.
And Nelson naming never got past C, I guess.
Just a question here, do the microphones need to be on for this?
Yep, you have to be blue, I think you put it on lock.
Press the lock. There we go. Okay, well, hopefully I'm coming through now. Well, good morning, everybody. We got an absolutely beautiful day out there. I know it's going to be a little cool this weekend, but it's looking like it's going to be lovely. I'm going to pick up kind of from where Charlie was talking and fill in a little bit more here on our goals, and then we'll get into talking about some of the specific projects that are in the budget. So I was going to talk about in our 2025 goals here about the ongoing street improvements, and I actually want to talk about our capital paving, and basically I wanted to celebrate a little bit of success. Is what I was wanting to do here. So back in 2016, when I had come to the city, I guess I got here in 2014, but when I started looking at our roadway network and our asphalt inventory, one of the things that I could see was that for the amount that we were doing in a given year, and for the amount of asset we had to maintain, that we were just not going to be able to continue to maintain that asset. And so I went out with Daryl Beck, who used to work over here in development services. He retired there last year. But anyways, Daryl and I went out and we actually visually inspected all of our arterial network, and through doing that assessment process, we had to do a little bit of extrapolation and looking at the rest of our network, because of course we didn't have the time to go inspect every last square inch of asphalt in the city. But what I was able to figure out from that was that based on the 71 kilometers of asphalt that we have to maintain, that in order to stay on top of that and to keep it so our pavement quality in a general sense was maintained at the current level, that we needed to increase our budget considerably. And so 1.1 million was the annual investment that we had in 2017. Now, thankfully, council took our presentation and increased our budget, and I'm very grateful for that. We've worked really hard in the meantime. Of course, there's been an awful lot of inflation that's happened since 2017, and we're trying to keep that $1.1 million, that sort of annualized amount. We're looking at $1 million here this year to keep doing what it needs to do. And so we've actually done a couple of things that have, I believe, really helped, kind of maximize our dollar value, and actually, I believe, sets us up for future success as well. So I did just a quick look here with the Bank of Canada inflation calculator, and it says that a dollar in 2017 is now costs you $1.23 in 2024. So obviously, there's been a lot of inflationary pressure, and with things like concrete and asphalt, I actually believe that that amount of inflation is actually not quite what the inflationary impact is. But one of the things that we've done is we've really looked to the thickness of asphalt that we've been using. Now, historically, asphalt thicknesses, 75 millimeters was a very common thing to use. That kind of over the years has come down to 65 mils. And one of the things we did is we looked at up on Hart Street. We thought, okay, let's use one of the bus routes. We did a 50 mil lift of asphalt on there, and then we ran it for a couple of years to see how that would perform, and what we found is it works. So what we've been able to do is by reducing the overall thickness of the asphalt that we're putting out there, we're able now to stretch those asphalt dollars further to still cover that area. So we think, okay, well, now you got 50 mils, what would 40 do for us? Unfortunately, there's a limitation in how much efficiency that you're able to gain there. There's a thing that's called rock stacking, which is basically in the asphalt mixture, you've got your oil tarry asphalt teams that are gumming everything together, and you have a bunch of aggregate that's in there, that's the rock. And so what winds up happening is that you have what's called rock stacking, is that once it gets thin enough, you literally have two rocks that are sitting on top of each other, and you don't have enough asphalt that's holding it all, the gluing it all together, and it starts to come apart. So basically the gains that you're trying to get of maximizing it, you lose it in the performance of the product. So we've really pushed it to kind of where we're kind of really getting our maximum value out of it. And the other thing that we've been able to do, which is helping us both on a cost front as well as I believe on the future management front, is we've really gone to away from doing small patchwork areas. When I came here, we were doing a lot of smaller patches, a lot of things where you'd have a strip up one side of the street and it was only a partial part of the street, little areas. And what that does is it winds up creating some issues for the paving company, number one, because every time they go set up on a location, that costs them a lot of money just to move a couple of blocks. Well, I mean, it's $5,000 just to move over a couple of blocks. Doing shorter runs for them makes it so they're not able to make a profit out of what they're doing, and so they can come here and the work's not very attractive if you come here and you're basically breaking even on doing what you're doing. So one of the things that we've really done is looked to go with bigger longer continuous sheets of asphalt, and to really maximize getting our biggest bang for the buck that you can. The other benefit that we get out of that is that for future maintenance, instead of having this litany of small patches all over the place, now you've got bigger sections that you're able to focus on. You're able to see with the years that they're coming in, and you can really plan to be doing this continuous amount of it on more of an even steady state. So this has really come through for us again here this year in that we've just closed our asphalt tender. We've gotten our prices back, and remarkably, like, there was a small increase on a couple of items, but we actually saw a decrease on a couple items, and basically things have stayed very steady state for us, which is incredible, because with all of the costs increase that have gone up, a lot of that has to do with us working with them to design programs that they can actually give us really good pricing for, as opposed to us throwing something at them and them being like, oh my God, this is, by the time I move my paver around and do all these things, look at all this money we're blowing just in moving around the city. So we've really tried to focus on getting ourselves into some larger segments, and I think here I can probably just move this to show you our little map here. What we've got coming here for 2025, we've got ourselves, how many blocks was it? I think it was about 15 blocks is what I'm remembering. Where's my little map here? And so, yeah, as you can see in the purple was the work that we had done in 2024. So some longer stretches again of Douglas Road, and then doing the Gyro Park work. And this year we're looking at being up on Houston Street, and then some of the pieces connecting into that. But again, it's all about creating larger segments that are continuous. Definitely helps on the pricing front for us, as well as for future maintenance. With the bigger pieces, it's predictable amounts of work that we're doing every year, and hopefully will really help my successors in the future to be successful in being able to keep working with this and keep maintaining our sheet and our overall pavement quality sort of being maintained.
Councillor Woodward has a question, followed by Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. So I notice it's great, the efficiency where you're bunching it up. I totally get that. That makes sense. I noticed that there's this, right where you're going to be, there's this gravel road. And we have had in the past, many emails around these gravel roads and the spill out that happens from the gravel onto the cement. And I'm wondering, and I know that some of these are outside of our purview, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or that we haven't budgeted to actually do it. I'm wondering, how do you kind of reduce, or can you reduce that spill out of gravel while you're working right there?
Well, that's a really good question. Obviously the ultimate answer is to pave it.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah. But as we're discussing, this is a very expensive endeavor. The big reason why a lot of these are in places they were never. There's a local improvement process to pave roads, and of course that involves property owners to be contributing to the paving of the road, and these are locations where that hasn't happened. Ultimately, if you could get folks to want to move on that, so we could bring these into our network and then maintain it with the rest of the network, that would be the optimum way of doing it. There's, how could you make it so you don't have washout in certain areas? Well, you could, pave a little bit of an apron back, but in the end, you're still going to get that washout that's coming from these streets. So that's a tough one because short of spending money, I don't have a good solution for you on that. Just because, with the storm and rain, you're always going to get a mobilization of particles. We're on the side of a hill too, which doesn't help in that sense. And in the prairie provinces, if a road was unpaved, it's dusty and that, but you're not getting that movement of all the particles and stuff coming off of those sheets. So I think if you wanted to have a program that would maybe provide some more incentive to residents who wanted to do that, I don't know if you could stretch out the time of what a local improvement could be paid out over, or something maybe to that extent. But I think really the ultimate goal would be to bring them in as part of the paved network.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Payne, then Councillor Tate.
Thank you very much, Colin. I always love understanding everything that goes on in public works, same to Director Henderson. I don't know, it's my truck fascination maybe. But, so you said there were 71 kilometers of asphalt and you're doing 15 blocks this year. I'm interested with the 50 mil depth. How long does that last? Did you say that and I just forgot it, or?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's a very good question. Back in the work that we did in, I guess it was 2016 and came to the 2017 budget process, in looking at our asphalt and analyzing how it was behaving over time, we've established that a 30-year life cycle seems appropriate for the conditions that we're under. Which was actually, to me at the time, it seemed very surprising because from where I had come from and living on the prairie provinces, you get a lot more frost boils that happen in a year, a lot more swings in temperature and all that. And actually the life cycle of asphalt's more like 15 years. So we actually, due to our conditions here, we're fortunate in that we're able to maintain. We have a lot longer to be or a lot more life in the asset that we're maintaining rather than that shorter lifespan. So we're fortunate, but it's about 30 years.
Well, that's exciting news. Thank you.
That's good news, actually.
That's good news. Things
last, yeah,
just
longer.
Following on from that, so then I'm just assuming that this is part of an ongoing cycle where you do a certain percentage every year to stay ahead of that 30-year, and that's great news.
It's approximately 24,000 square meters is what we're doing in a given year. It'll vary a little bit, of course. But
And can you relate that to the 71 kilometers of asphalt? It doesn't matter if you can't. I can figure it out.
Unfortunately, because our roadways are not all the same width in that,
Okay.
it
I understand
doesn't totally equate to a lineal
Thank you.
meterage. But yeah, it's approximately that amount in a given year.
Okay. Thank you.
So, one of the, I guess, goals here for this year
Colin,
is...
do you know how many kilometers of gravel roads do we have?
Oh geez, I was going to say 7, but I don't know if I'm accurate on that. We do have the number. I can get Charlie McKinnon to give me that. 7, right? Yeah. Okay. That seems to ring a bell.
And that excludes lanes.
That excludes lanes. Yeah. I guess our goal here is to continue with the success that we've seen in our approach and to work to keep stabilizing our PQI. Which is Pavement Quality Index. One of the things that I would like to get back to here within the next 5 years would be to be able to go and do another survey of things. It seems to be performing well, but just basically for us to do another look at things and see if there's any adjustments we need to make for some of our residential areas where we've really put a lot more focus into our arterial network, which is the highest use network. So ultimately, I'd like to get there, but I think that overall, though, this is performing well, and we'd like to continue with our successes here in 2025. For another goal here for 2025 is the finishing up of our Lakeside Pathway. We worked with CTQ and K's Construction on that last year. We were right up against the end of the year, and they really came through for us, because I know when we were looking at getting to the final paving of things, I was looking at the weather and thinking, oh my goodness, we're right up against it. But they really came through, and we've got a nice product down there right now. This year, what is going to get done is there's the old poles that are there that power the tram. And what we're getting here this year is that's being changed out with new poles that not only provide the electrical power for the tram, but also provide street lighting down there. Street lighting down there is going to be a massive improvement. We've always had very poor lighting down there, so I'm really excited about having that. And then Charlie's staff is going to be helping out in getting the landscape piece of it finished and pulled together to really, make it look really quite nice. One of the things that we did in Lakeside along there to really try to improve things was we made a change in looking at the width of the driving path for roads. And what we really did is we increased the priority of our pedestrian and non-motor modes of transportation, and really wanted to have as much of a walkway as we could. So we reduced the lane width down to it's 3.3 meters, which I believe is the minimum that you could currently do with vehicles. When you take a look at the size of trucks and delivery trucks, buses, all those sorts of things, you need that much space based on how current vehicle sizes that are being made. But what is really nice about this is that instead of having these big wide roads, which are great, and I know they can be really good for when you're pushing snow and gives you a place to put that windrow. But what this does by really reducing that width down is it allows you to kind of repatriate that space from something that's just been there for vehicles to move it back into a realm that you can actually get people out walking around on. And now we've got a nice wide pathway there. I mean, it's really changed what's down there from what had been there. And so as obviously a goal is to get that finished, but one of the things is also for us to look at where we can continue to use this approach to try to get more ability for walking, cycling, and that built in there, while still keeping a roadway network, but basically moving away from, I guess, our historical practice of having really wide roads. Some of the little bit of caveat that you got to throw in with that is down here, we're able to get away with that because we don't have as much snow down at the waterfront, and it's not typical that you got big snow ridges that are down there, so you're able to really help minimize that without creating an issue where you're now boxing yourself in with all the snow on the side of the road. So I mean, up at the top of the city here, I would definitely want to do some thinking about whether I would want to move it quite to 3.3 meters. I think I might want to give myself a little bit of space for some snow. But really, as I go forward in the future, I think trying to keep the driving lanes as narrow as we can to give that space and priority over to other users and modes of transport, I think is a really good thing for us to be doing.
Councillor Payne has a question.
This is a quick one, and I don't think it's in your area, but I just want to capture it. Are we going to be able to post a reduced speed limit there? Can we go down to 30 kilometers an hour along that place because it is multimodal?
Yeah, we can totally do that.
Yeah, so what would it take for us to do that? Is there any appetite around the table for that, or?
Seems operational.
If there's a desire for that, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I think to encourage that all ages, all abilities, bicycling along with pedestrians, it would probably be worthwhile. Because there's spots, I've walked the route a couple of times now, and it's still not really easy. You have to go down the sidewalk for a while and then cross over and then get on the multimodal and then go down that for a while and then cross back over.
Sure.
So I, as a pedestrian, would be more comfortable if I knew cars were going 30 kilometers per hour, because we know the level of injury and fatality at 30 is significantly less than at the current city speed of 40.
40, yeah, no, absolutely. I think between doing that and really increasing the amount of lighting down there will really help pedestrians so no, that's certainly something that can be done. We just need to post it.
Yeah, I don't know what the downside would be. Hopefully people aren't in an emergency to get to Walmart or back.
Well, there's sales on, so.
Depends what you need.
And
Sometimes
Colin,
you just need a bag of
It's not
top
our
soda real
property,
bad.
but isn't there a speed limit reduction? Aren't you supposed to just be driving through the Walmart parking lot at like 50?
I don't know if they've got a number posted. I can't honestly remember, but I believe
Yeah,
that
it's really low.
you're supposed to be
So
going
they
very
could probably
slow
start braking when they turn the corner off of Hall, so that, eventually they.
by the time they get to the parking lot. They're not doing the Indy 500. Yeah. No, that's that is good. Because if you need to travel at a higher speed, we have a highway that you can travel at a higher speed on.
Just
Councillor
a
Payne?
piece of technology that I am not familiar with, but are there any companies that are doing drone assessments? Like, I don't know how Google Maps gets their information, but I'm assuming that there'd be somebody that could come in and look at all the would they be able to get the level of detail that you would need to assess the asphalt?
With drone, yeah, there probably is somebody that's doing it. I'm not aware of anybody specifically that's doing that, but there's other. More of the time they do it with a vehicle that's got a bunch of cameras on it and some
Okay.
LiDAR, and
Yeah,
they
is that
drive
how
the network.
Google Maps does it?
There was a smart city, a smart communities grant from the economic development years ago with Selkirk to do telemetry data on snow plows with municipalities in the area to try and see if they could tease out usable road condition, both from like is there big snow and is everything moving slowly, but also from does this road have a bunch of potholes? It might be interesting to connect with Selkirk and whoever ran that program and see if they found anything, but that's pretty exploratory.
Yeah, it's just an interesting thought with the way that technology is advancing, and, then to get that into our, GS, whatever.
GIS.
GIS, thank you.
Yeah, I think when we were at FCM, when they were presenting on technology, I think it was Edmonton, that they have these cameras or whatever on all their vehicles, and that's how they manage their whole pothole
Potholes and all that, yeah.
system. It automatically puts it in software, and they prioritize the whole software. AI does the whole pothole sort of.
I would imagine before we
Maintenance.
go kind of down that leading technology space, where we kind of see a gap is the ability for people to take a photo, have an app, be like, this is an issue I see across, whether it's a planter box or a turned over garbage can or a pothole, and just making that reporting easier, but also synthesized so it's not staff time organizing.
Yeah, I love that app. I've used it in other places.
One particular advantage that having that helps provide is I know I've seen it happen before where somebody will phone in and they'll phone in that there's a pothole located on this particular place, and you're like, okay, so they're really good about keeping that all together, putting together a nice list and kind of trying to organize it so crews can go out. But then what'll wind up happening is you'll go out to fix the pothole and you'll be standing there on the roadway network and there'll be a car parked over top of where you had identified the pothole, and somebody will be like, okay, well, I don't know what they're referring to here, or maybe it's that they're talking about. So you go fix what you think must have been the thing, and then you get the call a week later, like, why haven't you guys done anything with this yet? And you're like, well, we went there. And it can sometimes be, so it is really nice if there is the thing where there's a photo that then gives you like a real location, and then you know exactly where it is that they're looking for the fix. To keep things moving along here, one of the goals here too for this year is to really get a good handle on bridge condition and to really plan maintenance of the asset, kind of like what I'm talking about, what we did with the streets. One of the interesting things here, I don't know, does anybody have any guesses for how many bridges we have in our inventory?
24.
24.
Oh, is that including the Nelson Hydro one?
Sure.
I was going to say 20.
No idea.
Mr. Page is pretty close here. Actually, the official number is 26 that we have. There's a whole variety of different bridge types, lengths, ways in which, whether it's more of a box culvert versus an actual steel bridge, or we've got wooden bridges. We've got a whole, everything that's, I think our shortest one we've got is about 5 meters long, and the biggest one is 188 meters long. So we've got that's out by the power plant there. So we've got some large bridges. We have had some inspection work done in the past. We do have an inventory of the bridges, but we really don't have the information that I have here is 2014 December 2014 was the last time that we had pulled together a proper inventory of this. So one of the things, we have done bridge inspections of our larger structures out by the dam. We actually had to bring in a special kind of truck in order to do those inspections. It's called a snooper truck, and basically, you're able to put people right underneath the bridge, which is a really cool piece of equipment. So we do have some good information that's come in, but what really needs to happen now is to pull that information together and to basically to try to develop a plan of attack, kind of like what we did with our street improvements, to, okay, now how are we going to maintain our bridge asset inventory? And again, how do we do this in a manner that's going to try to smooth out the work that we're doing? Now, it's a little bit harder in the sense that this is a mixed, as opposed to being asphalt and we're maintaining asphalt, this is now there's wood, concrete, metal, a whole bunch of different things, a whole pile of different loadings on it. So it'll be a different approach that'll ultimately need to happen, and I don't know if it'll be that it would equate to $1 million of work in every ongoing year. But really what we want to do is to pull this together, to come up with a plan, so at least we can look out over the next 15 years with a good solid plan, so we're not getting a surprise of, oh my goodness, now we need to do a whole bunch of redecking work, or that this needs a full depth repair because the rebar is all corroded within the concrete structure. And so that's one of my major goals here for 2025, is to try to really take the information we have. We do have a capital project here in having somebody actually go to get more just technical detail for me. But what I want to do is to take the technical tool that they give us and then work on how do we actually do this in a way that makes sense for us as a city, and to work with obviously with Chris Jury on doing this in a way that we're able to do it in a predictable, affordable way, on an ongoing way that really would reduce the amount of kind of big all of a sudden where you're getting an unexpected expense that comes into play.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, you're talking about this kind of mixed bag of materials that these bridges are made out of. As we move forward with the bridge maintenance, would we try to like we just replaced a bridge down in Cotwood, Falls Park. I think it's wood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then the one at Public Works Yard, I think that's wood too.
It's a combo of wood and steel.
Metal.
Yeah.
So do you try to like uniform, like when you're building a new one, like why do you choose wood over, let's say, a metal construction?
Sure. Well, with the wood bridges would be something more kind of like in the lane by Cotwood Park, in that you're not having as much traffic that's going across it, and so you can have a very sort of reduced sort of structure, and a lot of it is the cost associated with it. Now, chances are, like with a large concrete bridge like you've got across the canal. Now that's something that's going to last a long time, but when it comes around to repairing it, there's also a large cost that comes with it. But you can repair it. That's the good news. Whereas something like the bridge in Cottonwood, I don't know if you saw when we did the project, but essentially we just took the bridge and threw the old one away and built a new one.
Yeah.
And so with the with something like that, that was obviously appropriate for the location, but you couldn't do a wooden bridge like that in other areas. Now, looking down at the Public Works Yard, one of the things too that we really want to have a good look at is, we've got a very narrow bridge. There's an awful lot of traffic that's going across that, a lot of important traffic, like even coming to fill up, our fire trucks and things like that, and all of our city stock that's rolling. One of the things too is, should we widen this out? Should we realign how this comes, in here? And being that bridge is in, hitting the position of needing to be redone, this is a good time for us to be looking at all these things. And okay, what are we going to do down here at the yards in the, long go forward, as well as, the goal of having the waterfront pathway continue and having the dog walk and people coming down. So it's really site specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't really be, let's do it all in steel, or it's site specific.
Yep.
So costs are going to be variable.
Yep.
But I was kind of surprised that it's been 2014 since I guess we really need to
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
Is that like typical?
Unfortunately, in the infrastructure world, sometimes we discover that 30 years later, oh my goodness, that thing we were going to get back to is
kind of got pushed.
All this time has elapsed there.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate for us to be looking at it now. Looking at that on, for sure on a 10-year rotation, we'd want to make sure that we stay on top of that.
Okay, thank you.
Colin, we have a number of creeks culverted, et cetera as well. Where are we with that part of the infrastructure?
Sure, and some of the, I guess, yeah, because there's culverts that we have where anything that's got a vehicle driving across it, I'm including as being a bridge. And so some of these, like, we've got some here that are a culvert arch. And so some of those get included in here. And then I guess with the rest of our network where we've got the culverts, that's things that come in and into our stormwater end of things here.
The culverting makes me curious of, I've been hearing from residents up in Fairview around the embankment stabilizations that have been done in the various waterways and how those impact housing, some of the properties. Where are we at with assessment of those? I'm thinking Anderson Creek. I'm thinking some of the erosion that's happening over cement failures for culverting, for shooting, I guess. Would I call that culverting too?
Sure, yeah, and there's actually a number of in our inventory here, bridges 1 through 9 are associated with the creek, and some of them would be the culverts.
I guess I'm expanding beyond it's
Sure.
not a close, you can't pass over it, but there's cement shooting that's going up, and it's even the creek itself runs on top of cement that extends out from right after it takes the corner.
Sure. There's a couple of locations along the creek because I've got to do the annual dike inspections because everything along Anderson Creek is considered to be a dike, and so everything that ties into there. So on an annual basis, I have to go out and then submit those results to the province every year. There's the one location, I'm trying to remember, 6th?
6th and 7th or 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
Goes through the properties there.
Yeah, and so we've got some issues there because of private property, but just upstream of that, you've got an area 2 where you can tell that there was historical bank stabilization that's been done because there's a bunch of concrete that's in there holding a bunch of boulders. But when you get in, because I'll go in there in the fall when the levels are really down and go crawl around in there, and one of the things that you can see is that there's been a lot of undercutting that's happened there. Now, the amount of undercutting and how much of that has progressed, it's been very slow, almost like from the past 3 years, where there's an area there that I've been watching that, a lot of it seems to have been historical what's happened there. I'm not seeing, more continued problem. But ultimately that's a place that we're going to need to fix because at some point one of the larger boulders there is going to come and fall into the creek, and so we're going to have to stabilize that. So there is a lot of work to be done in there. I didn't see anything that was immediately pressing.
So, am I hearing though that there is consideration that the creek where it runs through those private properties, that infrastructure that the city would have put in at the time to redirect it is maybe potentially considered to be their responsibility, not our responsibility?
Well, that's a really good question. The one thing that I've discovered along there is that if you go to the folks and say, "Hey, I want to go into your backyard to go look at
they will have you in your backyard. They would invite you.
Some of them will run me off, but then if a tree falls over, then they want us back to remove our tree. So there's kind of a little bit of kind of wanting it both ways. There are a couple of people through there that have done some, I guess, made themselves nice little patios and things like that. But some of that stuff probably really doesn't belong in that dike system. And from the diking standard, that stuff really shouldn't be there. But it is on private property.
So there's some rules around this in the Dike Maintenance Act. What's required? What is required now for diking authorities? They need to have at least legal access to the site to a certain amount to be able to perform maintenance. In those cases, that would represent a fair swath of property on either side. That if the city were to own it and take it over, we would have to have that sort of signed over to us that we either have a legal access of some sort or we own the land. So that's one of the really big challenges there. we are, through our planning group and in conjunction with Colin and emergency management, working on hazard characterization for Anderson Creek to really understand what the potential is there. That's a project that's ongoing in 25 here. And through that will give us a much clearer picture of the risk associated with that hazard. So they'll basically identify the hazard, so how deep, how far, how fast, and then based on that we can assess the risk and what might need to be done there. But once you get into that part where you're starting to look at the city as the diking authority, taking that over, the province says that, the local authority must be the diking authority, and B, there must be legislated access to that location.
So we're going
and
to
so that's going to be
easements or take land over and have buffers and.
Yeah, so you can imagine, that the homeowners there, will be concerned that process goes accordingly. And, for us, again, all of this stuff was built, whether it's within a municipality or out in a region, it was built by a level of government at some point, right?
Yep.
To mitigate the risks that were there. And so then people have built around that. That's allowed people to build in those areas successfully. 6 Mile is a great example. That whole alluvial fan, it's a fan because that creek, flows out. Avulses, goes in, cuts a new channel, and, as a result makes this big fan. Well, everybody built on it now. It's blown out a number of times over the last century, and it's been rebuilt with dikes and stuff like that. But, now that you get people, the way that the province is looking at it is that ownership has to be there so that they can point and say, this is your responsibility. You have full access. There's nothing hindering you. Thou shall look after this dike to make sure that it performs as intended during an event. And the people that live next to it are saying, whoa, we bought this house.
With the
This
backyard.
wasn't the deal. Yeah. So it's a real challenging situation that you fall into. Ultimately, we are in the process right now of understanding the hazard from Anderson Creek, mostly from a debris flow scenario, but it'll also tell us if there's clear water flooding hazard as well.
So
And we'll
I've
work from there.
received a couple, there's a group of neighbors now that
Yes.
have reached out to me. And so if I re-elevate that back to you guys, can we at least get back to them?
We've been in touch with them numerous times, but we will, again,
There's at least maybe 1 or 2 people who are maybe not in the loop.
okay. Yeah, I mean, there's new owners and stuff.
They're
yeah.
indicating they're not getting responded to.
Yeah, I mean, and ultimately, what you can tell them, immediately is that we're in the process of understanding the hazard, but yeah, we're happy to chat to them and talk to them. And I mean, facts are facts around the Dike Maintenance Act and what the requirements are around
No,
that.
I haven't heard that part before, and that brings more to it, so I can appreciate it. I'll find a couple emails.
Sure.
Even in the last couple of months, I've heard again about it, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, every year as we get nearer to Frechette,
Yeah.
then
The
we
interest
start
picks
seeing
up.
those people asking.
I think there's been some property changes too.
Yeah,
so there's new
absolutely.
people
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay, and then I guess for goals here, there's improved capital delivery, and of course in brackets there you can see capital projects coordinator. So these two things are kind of interrelated here. But basically from kind of our big picture goals that I'd really like to move on in 2025. One of the biggest things is to focus more on kind of strategic planning and technical analysis of things. So we can do things like create our ongoing street program, looking at the bridges and coming up with an appropriate way in which we handle that. Something like our retaining walls. There's a huge inventory of retaining walls in the city that good news is we have some initial inventory, but there's an awful lot of work that needs to be done with that in order to really figure out a good way forward. I had gotten started on that about 2 years ago, and that's not going to be an easy one. That's going to be a little bit of time consuming. So one of the things I would like to put more of a focus on here in 2025 as a goal is to be able to spend some more time in that with that strategic focus and trying to do some more of that technical analysis. A big part of that is to really help feed into working with Chris Jury here on some asset management work that we need to really do and move forward here. I mean, ultimately, it's in our best interest to be doing this work because it helps us with better forecasting as to what's coming. It really helps us in establishing, long-term budgets. as well as, again, that whole thing about being able to help smooth things out instead of getting a bunch of, big surprises that come at you all in one go. And so that's something that we really would like to do. One of the other things that we've been doing here in the last year, which has been a really, I guess, a bit of a shift, but it's been a kind of a novel way, I guess, for cities to do something is doing some more in-house delivery, kind of like what we're doing on the Civic Center. And I've been real fortunate there. I've been able to work with Don on that, and that's been quite an interesting project. He's quite a character. I really quite enjoy Don. But one of the things that's been really favorable to us in there is that had we done that one through a conventional approach, by the time you got the design done and all these kinds of things, we wouldn't have done what we've just done. And so even though I can look back at 2024 and be like, I didn't quite get that done. And one of the things I can do is when I walk around in the attic there and take a look at what we have accomplished, like, holy smokes, there's a lot that's really happened there. And we've really, we've taken a building that, was something where we're having to, get 10 centimeters of snow on it, and we're closing it to something now where we know that, okay, we've got what we need from a building that can handle snow load. So because we're doing some of that, though, there's a lot that goes with that when you're contracting out and using consultants to do things, that there's a whole lot of kind of administrative, I don't want to use minutia because that sounds terrible, but there is a lot of minutia that goes along with it in that. There's all kinds of payment certificates that need to be properly processed. There's all kinds of people that you need to be phoning. There's a bunch of time that goes into that. So I think there's a lot of benefits that we can gain from that, as well as, some really good pricing that we've been able to leverage. But the downside that has come with it is that it winds up, me going and hanging up a whole bunch of signs because we need something to happen real quick. Well, I'm prepared to go do whatever we need to do to make it work. But at the same time, me hanging up signs is not probably the best use of everybody's money. I think me being able to help in some of these bigger picture things would really help. So one of the things that is in here for council's consideration is a capital projects coordinator. And really what I'm trying to gain from that is to have somebody that's able to help kind of with those administrative pieces, to help in keeping these projects going and on the rails. Us being able to, because we've got those pieces and me working with strategic things, that we're able to advance projects forward, so we're able to get out for earlier tendering in the year. That helps not only Suzanne downstairs, because instead of it all sort of arriving first thing in the spring and, okay, here, Suzanne, we need this all out in the next 2 weeks, and, oh my goodness, I've got all this stuff that I got to do. It helps us being ready earlier. And then it's also something where they can really help in finding appropriate grants and helping us also maintaining our grants. One of the things that, I don't know how aware you are, but most of these grants, and they're fantastic, we need them to do projects, but a lot of them come with a lot of conditions on it, which are just things you have to satisfy. They're not unreasonable things that you have to satisfy, but they're all time-consuming things that you have to satisfy, and you're required to do it, and fair enough. And so, but it can wind up eating a lot of time. So I've been very fortunate on the Civic project in that we've been able to second Stéphane Couteau over to work with us. He's been a godsend. I really have enjoyed working with Stéphane. I really look forward to working with him in the future here. He's kind of helped a lot in this regard, but I know that he's got to get back to doing his work in the EOC and the emergency planning, which is his primary focus that he's supposed to be focused on. And I've kind of stolen most of his time to help out in doing this. And so part of this position is to help address that, because sort of the goals I'd like to do is to kind of elevate into looking at kind of more of the big picture stuff and really to try to help move some of that forward.
And, maybe if I could quickly summarize what Colin said there. Colin spends a lot of his time right now doing a lot of stuff that not only we could have somebody else be doing, and he could be focusing on those bigger projects, but bringing in this capital projects coordinator really, sort of boil down to a number of things for us when we were looking at it. So one is absolutely, Colin's time, him spending the right amount of time on the right things. Right now, that is not happening. He's doing a lot of stuff, whether it's hanging signs or looking for an invoice that was paid to try and report for a grant, or a whole bunch of stuff that is really administrative that we could have somebody else working on, that's their world, and they're very efficient at it. As well, the procurement side of things, we acknowledge that we potentially end up paying a premium when we don't plan accordingly and have projects out in December that are gone to market, so that when everybody's looking at construction season, they're able to slot it into their overall program. Because of the workload, we're getting those out sometimes and it's not just workload, it might be grant deadlines, or just we haven't quite gotten there and then it pops up. But we're getting things out in March, April, May, sometimes July, when all of a sudden we have to pay a premium because, hey, our schedule's set, we can do it for you, but this is what it's going to look like. So there's a lot of opportunities there. As well with this position, we're looking, construction-specific procurement. Suzanne and her group do the procurement for this entire, very diverse business that we run at the City of Nelson. And in construction, there's a lot of changes that are happening within Canada right now around that, going from an old, really clear sort of fixed price contracting methodology to a lot of this negotiated opportunities that come in. You get bids, and you're able to discuss with the bidder. So there's a lot of really interesting evolution happening as we speak, that this person would be able to become an expert in and be able to leverage those skills to get us better pricing on the overall project. As well, so when we actually have a project going, there's a whole bunch that project managers look at to ensure that we are able to keep things on cost. So when somebody's really busy, we've had Colin running around doing a whole bunch of other things. It becomes really challenging when a project says, it might be a small project, but hey, we just need some input on this piece, or there's a reporting that we need here, or we have a change order coming in for this or that. It's to have somebody there. This position is theorized that they will be there to quarterback all of that and be able to say, Colin, you need to look at this. We need it right now. If we delay this, then all of a sudden the project gets delayed another week or 2 weeks. And that's all, those soft costs that go along with that, whether it's, construction fencing that we're paying for an extra 2 weeks, or insurance or something like that. So we'll have somebody in the office quarterbacking all of that stuff to making sure that it's being tracked, and the appropriate amount of attention is being given to the right things, which is again a cost savings. And then finally, with that grant reporting side of things, so much of what we do is grants, and that's Colin's time putting together these doing these administrative tasks that we just currently aren't resourced to be able to do. So when you look at the whole picture of that, really what we look at is Colin's time looking at the right things. So there's going to be overall cost savings, because Colin's going to be looking at things like retaining walls, and he will be able to lay out a program such that we will have to fix the ones that need to be fixed in a planned, controlled manner instead of an emergency manner. Emergency equals high costs, right?
Yeah.
So there's money savings there, or cost savings there. As well, when we look at that administrative controls around the projects, there's cost savings around not having those projects run out longer, or a change order didn't get the attention that it really needed to make sure that, we actually, if we looked at it closer, would have said, no, don't put that component in. It doesn't fit with the design. It's just going to cause us headaches down the road. Do the right thing. So there'll be cost savings there, and you're starting to talk into, thousands, tens of thousands, multiples of that. And then overall in the procurement, this is probably where the biggest saving sits. By actually procuring at the right time, we're going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially, right? Going out at the wrong time, paying that premium to get the service done when somebody's already got their season planned. There's significant savings available there. So we really do feel that as we move forward with the organization, with our project delivery, with the big projects that we know we have, whether it be the fire hall or the water treatment or wastewater treatment plant, the bridges, the retaining walls, all of this has to we have to start approaching it in a much more planned, methodical manner. And this position really supports us being able to do that.
Councillor Woodward first, then Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, GM. That was very clear. I I guess when I saw this originally, this need, like it really reminded me of the city is sort of experiencing this maturing process, and we're needing to actually staff up to match the moment. And I guess my sort of challenge maybe to all the departments is that as we kind of methodically grow and get more complicated and these projects get very large, and in-house obviously is kind of the way to go if we can do it, then maybe we kind of need to start planning for roles that will be coming, right? That we're going to have to accept. So it's not kind of a budget by budget, year by year, we need this person, we need that person, but actually have like, okay, in probably 3 to 5 years, we're gonna need somebody here. In 2 years, we're gonna need somebody there. Just to get ahead of the curve, and so that, we're not lurching, oh, actually we need somebody now. Because it seems quite clear we have some very large
Coming.
fish to fry.
Yeah, we got some big ones.
And the next 10 years is gonna be busy in this town.
Yeah.
So I guess my, as my role is just kind of challenge the city to say, okay, let's map that out.
Yeah.
Let's see where we're going to need to grow. Is it going to be in administration? Is it going to be in public works? Do we need more people in parks? I mean, I think that might be a smart move.
Yep.
Excellent point.
Yeah.
For sure.
Thank you.
And I would just add, this position was looked at from that perspective. One of the things that we looked at is procurement. We recognize the amount of money that could be saved in procuring differently, right?
Right.
That being one of the sort of biggest wins by getting things out
sure.
in time.
For
And
sure.
we looked at, okay, yeah, we could add someone to the procurement that's, because that's often, sort of bottlenecks, but is that really where the challenge truly is? And we recognize that, no, it probably makes more sense to bring in this project coordinator that could take some of the procurement work off the group. There's still a lot. There's still, some things that need to be addressed there. But that was that future proofing to get us ready for this starts our project management group, or improves our project management capabilities by putting this strong foundation of having this coordination of how we deliver projects, so that when we move to the major projects, which we will get, external support for the wastewater treatment plant, we aren't going to try and do that like we're doing the Civic, right? We're going to get somebody in that's managing that whole thing, but you still need that person from the city dedicated to that project to ensure that those decisions are being made, things are on track, et cetera, et cetera. So this is really setting the foundation for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I hear your point generally in that human resources perspective of
Kind of a
growth.
growth model.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely hear that.
Rather than year to year.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll just add, that you will see that in the fire master plan.
Yes.
That's why we did a fire master plan. What does that look like over the short, medium, and longer term?
Yeah.
So definitely that's the direction we're going with. We need to do that with all our work, is what does that look like? We've done the master plans for utilities, et cetera. We just haven't said what does that look like from being able to support the delivery of that, right?
Yeah.
And, in some of those, there are some of them address if we have to go to sedimentary treatment for water treatment, it does show what the staffing levels are to if that occurs. So there is some of that information. We just haven't done it overall on that basis. So we are definitely moving, but great point.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Payne, then Councillor Lockenberg.
I'm always highly supportive of efficiencies and effectiveness. I think it's critical that we're using the right tool to do the right job. What I'm interested in when I look at this number is, and this is more of a finance aspect around this, is so we invest in this position to create those efficiencies. Where do we see the financial benefit of that on the ongoing years? Because the way we're looking at it right now, it's just an ongoing operational expense. That's the way I'm seeing it. So how do we relate that back to see if this is a successful strategy and we've accomplished what we wanted to do? Where will we see that in subsequent years?
Yeah.
So that we can demonstrate to the public that we have wisely invested their taxation dollars.
So, great question. We have a number of portions of jobs that we cost out to capital projects, and you'll see that in the transportation capital budget, there's a line there that says management of capital projects. So this role will be included in that aspect. Now, where the savings come from, or as you're speaking to that, is like, really, I don't even see this as an increase in costs. It's a shifting of costs from other capital, because we're anticipating we'll save money on some of these other contracts, these tenders. We'll be able to reduce capital costs by doing some more of this work in-house. Less need to pay external consultants, less need to, like Chris Johnson was saying, when you get those tenders out and they push up or over budget on some of these things, we'll be able to bring that back down to under budget. So see some of that savings, or be able to lower our budgets in future years, knowing that we can do a lot more of that work ourselves. So that's where you'll see it overall. If we were to build out a capital plan that didn't include this role, I think it would look very similar from a total cost perspective. We're just shifting some of that from what we would spend on third parties to doing some more of that ourselves.
We can look into some metrics as well. We're probably looking at indicators, slightly removed. So how many of our large construction contracts did we get out to market in December as opposed to March or April, right? And we would just have to presume that knock-on savings is there as a result. So we'll have to have a look at that on what those measures can be to be able to represent it. But, as CFO said, I don't think that because this is something where we're trying to fix those sort of overruns that we have and all of these different, additions to costs, and hey, it's going to cost more than anticipated. We don't currently have those booked into our budget, and therefore we won't see that reduction in cost. So we'll have to look at those other indicators.
And just strongly tied to that is the procurement side of it. Like, if we don't have the staff to get the procurement out at the same time, then we're not investing wisely. So this is a dual approach. We need more staffing on that procurement side to get those out, and we need more on that facility manager, or I meant the project manager, to get that material to procurement so they can get it out. I think the other big metric is how many bids do we get on our stuff we have out there. That was one big thing I saw with the Civic project. Don Howe works the phone hard to make sure he's getting bids. He works it hard to make sure he's getting the right price. He negotiates with, if something comes in he feels isn't the right price, he works with that contractor to get it to the price that he wants to. So that's where, that active management, like we've just traditionally just assumed the market would give us the best pricing, but we're not, as Chris said, we're not getting things out quickly enough. We're not, chasing contractors to bid on this work. We're not negotiating with those contractors when that, we do in certain circumstances, but, we need to be way more aggressive on all those aspects of this. So it's it's procurement and that project management have to go hand in hand.
And just like on that, because I know Chris Johnson referred to Suzanne and her team. It's Suzanne and half a person is Suzanne's team. So we're just looking to create that as a full-time role to sort of help her and actually become a team.
Yeah.
Can I just repeat back what I heard?
Sure. And then I'll go to
Just
Ms.
for
Zuckerberg.
clarity's sake. So we won't directly see the cost savings because it's hard to anticipate what we haven't been saving historically. But if we put certain key performance indicators in place, we'll be able to measure our success in this role against those. And as a result of that, budget increases for future years that may have been higher without this position will not, it'll be a lower increase than it would have been without this position. I don't know if I said that clearly enough, but it made sense to me. Is that what we're doing here? Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lockenberg.
So just two things. The first is point of clarification. So that 106,000 is the role?
Yes, yeah, that would be.
And it's not a full-time, it's a part, half-time?
No, that would be a full-time, but a junior position, right? So we're looking at somebody that would be sort of more at that junior level, expecting that we have the staff in-house to be able to do some more of those
Sure.
higher level things, and then that will mean that, some of the grant reporting or some more administrative type things are done at
Got
that
that.
lower price point.
So then, what's, in general, are we saying that when we calculate the cost of a new FTE, it's basically just the salary? Like, what's the benefits? Isn't it a multiple of like 2.5 or something?
Yeah, there's an overhead component to that we
Which
that we
is?
price in. For an exempt staff would be about 27%, 26, 27%.
Is that
Yeah.
is that included in this?
Yeah, so we've got overhead in here. Yep, I think this is the page 21. I think is where we had the as far as like the ask sheet in here.
So it's 25%.
Yeah.
So we're saying that this role, the person will be coming in at around 75,000?
Yeah, or 80 or something. I think we're sort of looking at that kind of
Okay, so that's my first
Yeah.
thing. The second thing is, I'm really cautious on any new knowledge work at this point, in part because we're just even in the last 6 months, like the agentifying of AI is like a sea change in what you can accomplish with everything you described. There's emergent technology right now that can do so much of that work, and that's just within the last 6 months. Like if we're talking about AGI in 6 months or 8 months, then it's unfathomable how much the knowledge work that we're planning and investing in is doing. And I'm not talking about Copilot. Copilot is like the word processing versus like, full system, like IT system. So like, I really, really think that as much as, we're feeling the urgency of this, I feel like it's premature for the sake of planning and just give it a year to see what's coming, because what I'm seeing in the work that I'm doing is astonishing. Like astonishing. Nothing that we're seeing in the public market right now is even close to what's coming. Related to that is, I don't think we're seeing yet what's going to happen in the insurance market based on what happened in LA. And so I think like if we're looking forward to managing costs at what looks to be a big tax increase this year already, oh man, I'm been thinking about this especially over the last week as I'm thinking about what are the cascade of consequences from massive increases in insurance across the economy. And so like I would really caution us to be super cautious this year until that plays out. So I just want to, drop that into
So
the conversation.
could you just expand on your last point for me, Councillor Lockenberg?
Yeah.
So you're saying that when you talk about the cost of insurance, are you talking about the cost of insurance and the risk profile for the city? Or are you talking about the fact that if we're looking at a 16% tax increase to the citizens of Nelson, that their home insurance because of the LA fires could be going up 10% as well? So they could have a doubling. So my current house insurance, I think I pay $1,800 for it. You're suggesting that within the insurance market that insurance could be $3,000 for me, say, next year.
Yes, and that the compounding effects of insurance increasing across the economy. Like, so it's just the
So you are
inflationary
looking at,
pressures.
so you are not just looking at,
No, I'm definitely thinking about the taxpayer.
okay, so
As-
you are
as
looking
well
at
as
the,
us,
you are
but-
looking at the personal cost more so than the impact of
Yeah.
change for the corporation.
Yeah, not
And
at
risk-
the corporation. There's
risk
risk
to the
too,
corporation.
for sure. But I'm really thinking about the taxpayer, given the asks that are coming in, and then just thinking to hit them with that while we don't yet know what the full consequences on them in terms of their home insurance, but also in terms of just broadly the compounding effects of the insurance across the economy.
So I would, the impact would be, we'd have to just slow everything down. We would have to stop, a bunch of the work we're doing, the planning work for a new sewage treatment plant, a new fire hall, a new, et cetera. So if the suggestion from council is, put that all on hold for a couple of years till we see what this new emergent technology is, then, but we can't do both. We can't
That would be-
advance these projects and not staff them because
That's definitely my recommendation.
Okay.
Just don't rush into anything at this point because we're not fully embracing yet. And there's no blame, of course not. It's happening so fast, but the technology that we have available to us now is so far beyond Copilot, so far, and it's just coming to the consumer market or to us. So I can imagine our staff just taking a pause, saying, okay, if we're not going to be, where can we find efficiencies? We can't necessarily hire for it to pick up that. What can I offload to AI? You're going to be astonished at what you can offload to AI at all sorts of spots. It's going to take a mind shift, but it's really just a mind shift now. It's rapidly getting easier and easier to understand the implications of it. And I predict within 6 months, 8 months, a year, this conversation is going to look completely different because the things that I've already seen that are coming are truly astonishing. So that's why I'm just cautious. Like just let this play out a little bit more. We're on the cusp of something. We don't know how it's going to play out. Let's just give it a beat.
Councillor Tate and then Councillor Mr. Jury.
I don't entirely disagree with Councillor Luchtenberg, but what I would say is because we live now, not 8 months from now, I might suggest that baking in the idea of a new role, having the task of ensuring that they are looking at the new technologies as they come in. AI ready could be a way of saying it, because we don't have capacity internally to be, hey Colin, also could you just check and see if you could have done that by AI, just like later. So we just don't have capacity for that. And governments have a different set of regulations to follow. I'm just thinking at the college, like the FOIPA bits, because we have Microsoft Forms that we're using at the college now, and then we have our own internal mock forms. And every time we turn around, oh, you can't put that on the Microsoft form because of this part of FOIPA, but you can put it on the mock form because of this. So if we're trying to get AGI to start taking our project and like and figure out the procurement schedule, we're risking a little bit of privacy, and we're risking putting out information to a place where we maybe don't want it. And don't forget it's like this self-feeding cycle of the AI, right? So whatever we put in there, that feeds into Salmo's bid and whatever, right? However that all works, that's the whole point of artificial intelligence, is that it's self-learning. So yes, it's coming and it's going to be awesome. But maybe what we need to do is bake that into our practices and into our positions, rather than say, let's wait until AI can do it. Like, let's make sure we have some in-house expertise on how to best use it. And we don't have that yet. We don't have a person that's like, okay, how do we start using AI for procurement? How do we start using AI for like the traveling salesman math problem, which Amazon uses, which is why their ginormous warehouses work so efficiently. We don't have anyone here that has that, although I bet you could AI it. Like
Yeah,
we
you
can.
can.
Exactly. So we
so
don't have
the-
that in-house expertise yet. So that's my point, is don't discount the use of AI, but also don't slow down the things that we need to do, but rather bake it in with our new and young and hip positions.
Agreed.
Disagreed. When you're talking about the in-house capacity in general, when we're talking about the in-house capacity to understand the implications of AI, that's what the AI does. Like, you literally just ask the AI, what are the in-house implications
Who
of
asks the AI?
anyone?
It takes a while to figure that out, Rick.
Yeah.
It takes 5-10 minutes. Yeah.
We need to be using things carefully.
Yeah. Okay.
I hear
Change
you.
management.
I hear you. Does any, I can't comment on it because I'm the Luddite in the room and I don't care to move out of that mode particularly.
Give this woman a phone
I do
book.
have a concern. I think AI is going to be
I got one
great.
delivered last week.
Obviously, we have to take on. I've almost now mastered my phone. Give me another 20 years, and I'll have this figured out. I don't know where the AI part fits into that, but
It's already there.
my concern is when I hear you say, it's one thing about hiring a person and maybe waiting, but when I hear you say, let's hold back on some of our capital projects, I have a bit of concern, because I don't know that with some of the capital projects we have on, that we have 18 or 24 months to hold back while we see your other implication that you talked about. So maybe, yes, AI will help us do procurement for those projects better, but your other concern about like, where is insurance and what are the costs to, I mean, we're always cognizant. That's why we come to this table, and that's why we take things off the table that even though some of us maybe really want, we just don't get to have, because we have to make that kind of consideration. But I do get a little bit nervous when I hear, let's slow down the capital projects, because in that, you know, the example might be, you get the civic roof problem, or you get the bridge that collapses because we do get a bigger freshet and the stream that runs underneath it takes out the pilings. Like, I mean, there is a certain amount of work that still has to happen, and that's when we have to look at what are the core things that the city, when you go back to the original idea of why municipalities were formed, what is our core mandate? And I think at a minimum, we always have to be trying to creep that forward. So that's my only concern about what you're saying. And the rest of you guys that are younger and more AI hip can talk about that other stuff over lunch. But I've heard your position, like in terms of this particular hiring, and it's kind of like a bit of a no-go for you because you see some other things that could happen, which is good. I mean, that's what we're here to talk about. But if we could...
Just to clarify, Mark, because there's something you said there that I'm advocating for slowing down these capital projects. I'm not. I don't
but
think...
you said that, so...
If it were that choice, but I disagree that that's the choice.
Okay.
I think it's a false choice. I think we can continue to move ahead with the capital projects. I don't think this is going to slow it down. It's just being cautious about bringing on a new FTE when the full implications of what's coming are unknown, and we're already talking about a significant tax increase. So just continuing to add on to it, we'll have to find places to cut. We will.
Yeah.
And so I'm just putting a caution there that when it comes to knowledge work, that's probably one of the places we should look extra carefully at.
And so I think we've all heard that. So as we keep continuing to go down this road, that we will have that comment in the backs of our minds as the people that have to, at the end of the day, make the decision about who's on and who's off. And that doesn't have to be made right now. No. It's important to hear why this ask is here. That's kind of what we're trying to do here, is why are these asks here? And then based on the information, which is never perfect. Remember, I always tell people that we never have 100% of the information that we need for any decision that we have ever made at this table, but we do our best based on what staff is giving to us and what we know from our own experiences.
Okay, well, I was thinking, I kind of touched on everything, I think, and so I was thinking maybe with our remaining 22 minutes, I should get Mr. Ellison up here to start going through some of the facility stuff, if that seems appropriate.
On that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this hour might have 22 minutes, but it doesn't right now. We are going to take a short pause because our lunch should be available. There was always the discussion that it might be a working lunch. So I want to take 10 to 15 minutes for people to do their bio break, grab their lunch. We were going to come back and sit, and we're going to continue to hear the reports because we are now we are now behind. But I think in the afternoon we will, for the benefit of council, we'll have some time to pick it up. But I don't want to stop. But we're going to stop right now for a moment. And Mr. Ellison can join you at
far, even just at that top level of administration costs, we're right off the bank, so.
Yeah, and I,
reduction.
like even the snow clearing, I mean, well, this year isn't a great example, but however, just looking at what we were being charged, and we shared the cost with the province, so they're actually saving money too, but what we paid yearly for a lump sum snow clearing contract, we managed to secure somebody locally who does it as a per service call. Even sort of on our worst case predictions, it was still going to be about half of that contract, and of course in this year, if we don't get much more snow, we're going to save considerably more. So, you know, we went from a very high fixed price year over year to, you know, so that's just an example of some of the gains that we've been able to make. And yeah, and I mean, I just feel like we're doing able to do a better job. We're more present. This is a very large company that was here, and they're very disconnected, and so I think that's been really good. So that's just a general introduction to what the department does. So if there's any questions on that, but I can just go on to the next slide and just put up some pictures here of some of the things that the department worked on this year. We worked to upgrade the dispatch area at the police station. That's all integrated with the new NG 911, so they needed better workstations and a better space to be able to deliver that. So that went off really well. We managed to turn that project over in just over 2 weeks, which I thought was pretty amazing. And they're happy, and so if the police department's happy, you've done something right. And that's, yeah. So that went very well. The Civic Center roof project, facilities hasn't been directly involved in the day-to-day project management. We heard about Stefan Cotu and Don Howe, and Colin has been dragged in a fair amount, but I mean, still, you know, the facilities department's involved on the periphery. We're, you know, looking at some of the work that's being done to make sure that, you know, when the projects are completed, that you know, we're able to maintain and repair those results in a way that hopefully is going to be cost effective, and you know, we're not just going to be coming back in 6 months and fixing something, right? So we've been involved in that, and also generally, I mean, we can kind of go on to the whole campus, but you know, that the Civic Center core building is just part, of course, of the whole campus. And we all know there's concerns elsewhere in that campus, so we've been conducting more engineering studies. We have some more coming up. I've been working with Colin and the structural engineer who looked at the core building, and so we've been discussing problems and ideas around the arena. So that's, you know, takes up a good chunk of time. And I'm happy to answer any specific questions about that, some of that, if anybody wants. City Hall, we've done some work here. I don't know if any of you have been up to the 5th floor. It used to be a big empty open space. There was some fairly major building code concerns with the way that was, especially if we wanted to have multiple different tenants in the space. So we've created a hallway all the way through that allows us to break it up into multiple offices. We had Elections BC in there earlier this year, and we did manage to complete at least the front end of that project to get them in there and make sure they were safe and they had a functional space. We may be entertaining the federal election people. We don't know about that yet for sure. And we're still working towards you know, depending on, we've had interest from different tenants on how that's going to evolve and what additional work needs to be done to make that all happen. Other just general work in this building too. Yep.
Sam, are you saying, what's the occupancy up there right now?
So the climate department's up there.
Yeah.
And the Ministry of Transportation has some offices, and Kootenay Lake Tourism is up there now. They used to be down on first floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so availability is approximately?
I think it's around 5,000 square feet that could be divided into multiple.
If we
suites.
do rent it out, are we thinking that's an additional, how much in rent would that be?
Well, that's a good question. Sarah Winton might be able to She looks at me like that. We're still working on a policy to hammer that down as far as if it's a government tenant or if it's a commercial tenant. So, I mean, our agreements with the province right now pay us less than what a market tenant would be. However, they're anchor tenants. I mean, they've been here for years and they cost share with us on certain things. So
That's another big component, is they would also share in some of the operating costs of this building. So it's not just the rent, I mean, that's significant, but also now we're splitting the overall, operating costs here with another partner.
So I just so I can get my head around it,
Yeah.
5,000 square feet, are we talking about?
total of the building.
Yeah.
No, I'm available to rent. I'm just trying to get 5,000.
You're using like about $15 a square foot?
15 a
Yeah.
square foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So it could be a couple $100,000 a year.
Yeah, plus the operating costs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because now they're sharing that too, so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
for sure.
100, it's been
Yeah.
floated out there before, a year.
100 a year.
That's what I'd heard before.
100, 5 times 15. Yeah, that's, yeah.
I mean, there is, we should take into consideration the investments to, get it to the point it is, but at least we have that now. Like for years it wasn't, we were stuck with, now we have this exit corridor that is code compliant that was a big step towards really being able to make that happen. Yeah. And I just did want to make one comment back on, earlier discussions talking about procurement. One of the things you probably see on the budget is there is a budget line for this building for a pretty major elevator upgrade. They desperately need to be upgraded, and what I can say is the procurement for that basically got delayed all year because of other competing procurement. So that's an example of, our limited capacity in procurement has actually, there's a few budget items that are going to have to roll over because we literally just couldn't do the work to get them to market. So.
Councilor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering about the envelope of this building. Has there been any knowledge on that?
Well, so, I mean, we conducted facility condition inspections in 2017 and then again 2 years ago. That's that whole bubble graph. And so speaking to deferred maintenance, so I have a pretty comprehensive report on this building. I mean, this building has a considerable amount of deferred maintenance, and the exterior is one of them for sure. The inflation, the escalation in costs are quite shocking. And so, and I'll touch on that in one of our upcoming goals about the asset management program, but we do really need to start addressing some of those concerns more aggressively, because the longer we wait, the more expensive they get, and time just takes its toll, right?
I get my question is like, when I was living in Vancouver, they had all this envelope issue on buildings, and it ended up costing these vast sums of money because they let it go too far. Rain got in and caused all kinds of damage. And I'm just wondering, like, is there like issues like that where there's moisture getting into the building?
This building was built pre-leaky condos.
No, you know what? No, I will tell you. No, but I'll tell you, this building was very well built in its day.
Okay.
And it actually has what I couldn't believe it but it has what's called a rain screen wall. It actually, that stucco has got an airspace behind it, which for 1970s, I can't believe that they did it that way. That's a really good thing.
Okay.
A lot of the issues on the exterior of this building, maybe with the exception of the windows, because some of them are starting to fail, is cosmetic.
Okay, good.
Eventually, it will not be cosmetic anymore. But the way it was constructed has preserved, the underlying parts of the exterior of the building very well.
Great. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good.
but it's starting to look shabby for sure.
Yeah, cosmetic. I think it's more around the foundational, structural, because it is a very large building for Nelson.
Structurally, I am not aware of any big concerns. It's mostly, mechanical, plumbing, electrical. There's kind of issues around that, but elevators, all
Right.
those kind of things.
Okay.
But it's a big concrete
Blocks.
box.
Sam, are the elevators, like, we're gonna do a full replace?
Retrofit, yeah.
Yeah, so is there a time factor on that? Like, in terms of the fact that we delayed a year, I mean, if we're gonna replace it anyways, we didn't sort of make the problem worse, per se.
We didn't make the problem worse. I mean, they're getting more and more difficult to maintain and repair, so there's a cost associated with that. And then the real concern is, you know, it's their end of life for sure. And we passed, every 5 years you have to do a major elevator inspection. When that happened last year, I was a little nervous because if the safety authority takes them out of service, you're done, right? And so, yeah, like we might not do as well on the next major inspection.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the concern for sure.
People being trapped.
Oh yeah, there's that, and then you know if maybe we lose one elevator permanently, then we're down to one, and then all of a sudden, man, if you lose both, I mean, in a building this high, you can't. It would be incredibly unfair to staff and the public to ask them to walk up and down the stairs. I mean, there's people that just can't do it, right? So it's definitely something that. Yeah, but it's their budget. It was approved a few years ago, and we just haven't been able to procure it. We have a consultant. They've been bugging me constantly. When are you going to procure this? And we just keep delaying. So anyhow, so that's this building. So ongoing HVAC issues. We've been working with Prism. Actually, Fortis. Fortis has helped finance a report on all the HVAC on this building. So they may be contributing some money to some upgrades here. So climate type stuff. The parkade, we did go ahead. We had a pretty thorough structural investigation beginning of last year, or the end of the year previous. Yeah. And there are some pretty major concerns in the parkade. However, there were some immediate issues with one of the stairwells and some other concrete that was coming out. So we did do some projects in the parkade to fix the rear stairway and repair some of these areas where the concrete was spalling. So, you know, it's functioning right now, and I know Amy we've changed the program on how we utilize it. So,
Mayor, thank you. Like anything, I guess the parkade will have an end of life. How close are we?
well, theoretically, the parkade was built for about a 50-year life.
Where are we at?
Well, it was built in 1971.
Right. So we're there.
And if I could add to that a little bit, you know, so as Sam mentioned, there's a good investigation done on the state of the parkade. And the way that we've approached it, you know, for the sort of near term is, you know, there's a couple options, right? Because it said, well, there's a lot of work to be done here. And then, you know, you can look at it from the perspective of, well, how much, you know, is it actually the value of it? Is it worth, you know, investing all that work to fix it? Is it going to exceed the value of it? And if so, then, you know, it's sort of dead in the water or whatever. But one of the values that you have to account for is the utility to the city in this case. That doesn't fit into that sort of financial assessment of what it's worth. So we had to look at that, and with our, you know, with us pursuing the parking strategy as we did with, you know, increasing prices on the street, you know, keeping those prices what they're at for really what we're looking for are those employees that are downtown to keep the parking spots open on Baker for consumers, people that are visiting, et cetera. We looked at what the repairs would look like, because in one case we got the report back and it's like, oh geez, we could spend as much money as not as much money, but we could spend a pile of money doing all these repairs all at once, or we could look at what needs to be done during, you know, sort of each year. So we ultimately came up with a plan of what we're going to do to extend the life of this parkade into, you know, the sort of medium future, you know, 10, 15, 20 years. Allow our parking strategy to take hold, allow some of the new technologies to take hold, some of the new habits to take hold, and then reassess where we're at. Because right now, the utility of that parkade in our downtown core, where parking is such an issue, is fairly significant, right? It actually facilitates us pursuing this parking strategy overall in town. So that was really the approach we took. We got the report back. Yep, there's lots of work. Okay, let's make sure that we're doing what we need to do to extend the life on this, keep it in our portfolio for, you know, not forever. We aren't going to extend this so it lasts another 100 years. Maybe we'll decide to at some point because we realize that we can't do without it. But for the time being, in that sort of, reasonable operational window, it's extend it for that, and then we'll see what changes come by then.
Just a supplemental. Do you ever, I mean, do you build new parkades? Our
Less
cities-
common than it used to be.
Right.
It's not a good business, the business case is not that great for parkades anymore.
Investment's terrible.
Okay, so basically, this is it. We let this run its course, and we own the land.
Mhm.
So then something totally new could be there.
Yeah.
But not a parkade.
Well,
That'll all come down to an assessment in the future. We know, again, the utility that it offers us in our current scenario, and that's what we're pursuing, based on that parking strategy. That parkade is a big part of that, to have that bulk amount of parking here in the downtown core in a relatively small footprint comparatively. So it's got utility there. Carry it on until sometime in the future when we recognize that piece of land has more utility as another thing, and we can afford to do something with it.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, and it'll be included in, in the asset management plan and strategy going forward. It's one of our bigger buildings, and so it will be, addressed in that process as well. And the part of the weighting of how you look at buildings like that is how much utility it provides, right? And however, that may change, like Chris said, and so I guess we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a little historical question? So when this building was built in the 1970s, was there a reason they didn't put underground parking here?
Here?
And have we always owned that building, or did we purchase it? But
I think I know the answer to this, but Kevin might know it better.
I'm just interested, it's not.
Why no underground parking here?
I think the parkade was essentially built at the same time, and I'm making a bit of a guess here, but I think that was intentional, is that.
Okay.
I think there was enough surface parking here to meet the parking needs.
Yeah, and to put, underground parking is much more expensive than freestanding parking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would have been
like considerably more money per stall to
Then,
do under a building
yeah,
than
I get
a
it.
standalone.
Considerably more underground than to create a parkade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think.
I got some pricing on that
Government
recently, and it's,
building, so-
it's something,
Yeah, as I say, I'm just curious.
it's something crazy like 15,000 a stall for a parkade and 40,000 a stall for underground. Like and that's why there's not a good business case in parkades, is because
way
the
more
cost
than-
per stall
yeah.
is,
Yeah, it's
Wow.
way more than 40 for underground.
Like 100.
is it more than 40?
Yeah, we got an
Almost
estimate
40
of
for above ground.
130 elsewhere.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a huge,
They have those numbers at that co-op building, because I remember big conversation about.
oh, yeah.
underground.
And yeah, and of course, those numbers just keep going up and up.
And it's worth noting, when this was built, like when you talk about the surface parking that was available, like Baker Street was still all just parallel parking down the whole thing, right? Parking wasn't an issue because there was just that many fewer people in. Nelson hadn't matured. When this was built, Baker Street was not a thing, right? It was, when I grew up in the early 80s, Baker Street had more like 4 lease signs on it than it did shops.
I get that, but
Yeah.
around the province, a lot of office buildings were built with underground parking. So it's not a huge disconnect, it's just that here, it didn't.
You'd hit lake level pretty quickly too, right? You'd end up
Okay,
in the
yeah.
water table, right? In high water.
Gotcha.
So
That
that
makes
might
more
be
sense
another
to me.
reason.
Yeah.
They're having lots
Yeah.
of fun in Kelowna. I'm sure you could go talk to EBC about that.
That makes sense, thank you, that's,
They have the land, and we have the land, and we build surface parking. It's a financial decision.
okay, thank you. Just curious.
Okay, and then I had another slide here about the Public Works. We did some end-of-life HVAC replacements at Public Works, a unit that had been there since the 80s, and we replaced a electric resistive heating air conditioning unit with a heat pump. So we did make a little gain there. I had Prison work on a pretty comprehensive report for ventilation at Public Works. It's a fairly major consumer of gas, just because of the way you have to ventilate repair spaces. So in some cases, we sort of tend to pump the heat in just about as fast as we pump it out again. So I've got a pretty good study and report done on that. And so we're looking at long-term changes at Public Works to try to recover some of that heat and do different things to lower our footprint down there. So that's progress. And then there was one more that Amy added here after me, and that is, no, we talked about City Hall management, so we dealt with that in the previous slide. Okay, perfect. Okay, 2025 goals. And there's a lot more than these, but these are the big ones. So we started off a project at Public Works to add additional office spaces for Nelson Hydro and Transit, because of course we took on rural transit, and Hydro also has more employees. So we're very tight on space. So we kicked that project off at the beginning of January. We're paused right now. We're working through a few issues, and that's coming up through this year. So I don't really have any big progress reports on that at the moment.
Sam, when was that built again?
What, Public Works?
Yeah.
Early 80s, 82 or 84 or something like that.
And it's built on piles, isn't it?
No, so apparently what they did is, well, I mean, it's landfill.
Yeah.
And apparently they came in and they removed the garbage from underneath the building, which you can't even do anymore. You pretty much can't even dig it up anymore. You just gotta leave it in place. But they took it out, and then they filled it back in with rock, and then they built the building. And then I guess because it's lake bed underneath, it started to sink and subside, and so they had to go in after the fact and underpin some of it. So that was, but it seems to be stable at the moment. If we build any new buildings down there, it'll be similar to what Kulos had to do down there, and we'll have to drive pilings because you pretty much can't disturb it. Once you start digging it up, it's an environmental issue, and so that's our constraint down there. Is with any new buildings, they pretty much have to go in pilings. Yeah,
Like Venice.
kind of like Venice, yeah, except steel pilings, not wood. Although Venice has been there for a long time, so they must have done something right. There's also a lot of garbage in the canals there too. Okay, civic complex structural investigation and planning, I touched on that a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna continue to investigate concerns and issues around the curling club. We're going to, I've already contacted an engineer and expecting a report in the late spring in regard to the indoor soccer to see if we have any concerns there. And yeah, Colin, I don't know if Colin has anything to add. We've had lots of discussions. We had a meeting just the other day about the arena and where we're headed with that.
Madam Mayor, through the chair. I recall before you fixed the Civic Center roof, that there was this magic 10 centimeters of snow or 4 inches of snow. Is there a
10 inch, yeah.
Yeah, 10 centimeters.
No, 10 inches.
Was it?
Oh, I may have said centimeters, but
Oh.
I think you're right, 10 inches.
10 inches.
There was a magic number. Is there such a number for the Civic Arena right now?
Yes, same number.
What is the number?
Same number.
10.
10. So we've been very fortunate that we haven't had any major snow.
Yeah.
We have cameras up there and measuring
Yeah.
sticks and a whole 24-hour day, 7 days a week monitoring program where we look at weather forecasts and just hope it doesn't snow.
Okay, I have a curiosity as you investigate that about the idea, and I know there's lots of different moving pieces, but I had a curiosity about using heat tape or something similar like they do up in the camps to just melt snow.
So
As
we
opposed
did talk about that.
Yeah.
Basically, and this is not just the structural engineer we've been working with, but we've had this confirmed. You can't do it.
Why?
Because it depends on a engineered system to control that, and if it isn't properly maintained and monitored and run, and if there's any failures or if there's an unexpected snow amount, it basically the provincial building code legislation around it won't allow it.
So they do it in other places, but we can't do it here.
Well, in construction camps are maybe a little different.
Yeah.
Because the way they're regulated is kind of the expectation is they're there temporarily,
Okay.
but for any permanent public building of an assembly occupancy, actually the standards continue to just go up and up. That's part of the reason why we're where we're at today, right? Is the expectation around the integrity of those buildings just keeps sort of escalating.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's a good, we asked, either why can't we do this? Could we pour hot water on it? Could we do that? And it was, no.
Like a cat.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. So, yeah, so we're working on that. The asset management program. Sorry, go ahead.
An interesting fact, trying to get, a man lift to do the windows at the Civic Center building. So that lane behind by the Boys Scouts Hall and the soccer is actually a bridge.
One of our bridges.
And it's a bridge because
the wall of the soccer club was never built to retain earth, and so there's a gigantic void under there, and then the only way to have the alley work was, it used to be a wooden structure that bridged over the big hole in the ground, but now it's concrete. But we're limited into the capacity, and so when we need to drive a man lift over it to do work, we have to make sure it's not too heavy, because otherwise we don't want to collapse into the back of the soccer club. Wow. So
these are some of the
catacombs.
These are some of the things we're dealing with of how things were constructed back in the day. Like if you can't backfill a wall, like that's
so now we have a legacy of another bridge that we have to monitor and repair. And
How long is that bridge?
it's quite long.
Yeah, it's most of the alley.
It's most of the alley. It's like, I don't know, more than 100 feet long. It's not really it's not a bridge like you think it is, because it people's property back onto one side of it, but evolving and expanding the asset management strategy or program. So there is some money identified in the budget to hire to first of all secure the software. So the company that did our facilities inspections has a software product to model future investment, and how, and you can model it in 100 different ways to project how you should maintain your buildings, or if you should dispose of them or whatever else. We didn't invest in that software initially because it's not really expensive, but we didn't have the capacity to utilize it. So we're looking at, we've got an estimate from them for the software, and for them to update it to 2025, and then to bring in an engineering summer student to help analyze some of those numbers to help develop our long-term vision on our facilities more in depth, if that makes sense. Yeah. And so there's a lot built into that for sure. And back to Charlie Henderson's presentation earlier about the parks buildings, that is something that facilities will be involved in. And so, even those parks buildings ultimately will be, there'll be a bit of an overlap between whatever the master plan is for parks and, just generally our facilities in general, to, see where they fit into that as well. So just all of our buildings generally, which we have a lot of, very many. Fire hall. So, we've been planning away like crazy on how to create a new fire hall. Our biggest bottleneck has been a location. I won't get into that at this time, but we're basically at the point where, once we have secured a location, we can go directly into design, and then ultimately costing and so on. Just an interesting point about Mr. Lautenberg's conversation around insurance costs. That's an interesting one, where the consequences of not having a new fire hall at a certain time will negatively affect home insurance. So that kind of is a bit of a yin and yang to that whole insurance conversation. I have been working with the climate department pretty heavily to see what we can do to incorporate climate goals into that new building. They've got some funding to do a little project where they're looking at the fire hall that was constructed in Creston. Creston originally had a plan to do some fairly lofty environmental things, and the costs, it was a combination of just the sort of extravagant design and a few other things that it went out of control, and so they ended up having to bring it back. We're going to see if we can get ahead, by doing the study, we're going to see what they learned from all that and what we can learn from that, and hopefully, go forward with a plan that will be successful the first time and incorporate good, strong environmental goals. So we're keeping that front and center of that process.
Yeah, part of the urgency on this one is getting grants for this, to build this building, and we can't get a grant until we have obviously a site and a design. So that's the definitely the urgency on this one, is to get it in a place where we can be applying for those grants, and and that may take a few years to get there, but we need to get to a design.
Yeah, for sure.
But there's also, sorry. There's also, we're under that pressure of the new ladder truck and the building, the current fire hall, does it reach a point where it doesn't pass?
20 years ago. It doesn't meet the expected post-disaster standards. So seismically, it just isn't up to the job. So part of the building code changes this year are that all buildings in the province, all new buildings, have to meet a minimum seismic level, and that's going to have a big knock-on effect to housing and all sorts of stuff, because even here where we have a very low risk, you're going to have to design all new buildings to at least, because there is a remote chance, but we could have an earthquake or some other event, right? And yeah, the existing fire hall here was never designed with any of that in mind, right? It's bricks.
And I think more to the point of the fire truck, which you were getting at, which I think Chief had mentioned last time, is we, Fire Underwriter Service, the ones that give us our rating, that give people the discounts on their home insurance, they have a anticipated lifetime for an apparatus. We have now exceeded that, and the apparatus that we have, the ladder truck, only reaches so far. We now have buildings that we really need a bigger unit for. That bigger unit does not fit in the existing hall, so we can't get that until we have a new hall. And so a couple things are happening. One, that FUS rating is potentially at risk, where they could just say, you know what, your truck is now just too old, and you either need to buy a new one at that shorter length to configure. We don't care, but you're going to lose a rating. Or the other thing is, that we just have more and more of these buildings go up that require the longer reach. So there's, risk associated there. So that's what the chief had mentioned around that.
So are we talking like 1 or 2 years away from losing those?
We have an extension that's,
2027.
yeah.
2 years.
Yeah, but we've been given a verbal allowance, I suppose, that as long as there is a plan that council has approved to replace the fire hall, they would allow us to extend that additionally. So again, it's important we have a plan, and we're working towards it, and kind of follow along with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
I'm curious, Sam, and I don't know if this is within your scope, but I have a better understanding on how quickly housing can be delivered. But with a fire hall, if we knew next month, here's the spot, is that a 3-year process?
I was going to say 3 years at a minimum, yeah.
Okay, at a minimum. Because housing used to be 3 to 4 to whatever, and now some of those are supposedly tightening up. I don't know if we've actually seen the delivery on some of those, but the idea is that housing is going to be tightening up to a shorter. But the fire hall seems like a different project.
Yeah, they're kind of very, there's only a few architectural companies in Canada that even do them. They're very specialized.
Makes sense. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
And I would imagine that there's a whole whack of building code regulations that go into building a fire hall versus
Well, yeah,
building the house
mostly
next
around
door.
that post-disaster standard. So they have to be built to a much more structurally stable, you know, and that goes into the whole climate resiliency thing and everything else. You know, we don't want it to be covered in wood siding either. Burns down, and so, you know, and that's where it gets difficult with, you know, trying to look at embodied carbon and
Well,
low
we'll put some
carbon and
nice
stuff.
juniper bushes right around,
Right next to it.
right around the outside for the,
So, yeah, so that's where, you know, there is a clash between the whole climate, you know, carbon awareness and resiliency, and they kind of clash a bit, right? Because what are you gonna do? I mean, you gotta have a fire service and you don't want it to burn down, and so that's where it's always a bit challenging. They're doing a project in Peterborough, and it's a net zero fire hall. And our Alex and Brendan from Climate are looking at what that, you know, what that is. But it's probably mass timber. I would think it's encapsulated mass timber. So it's the panels that they make at Klesnikoff, but then they're also encapsulated with drywall and other products to, you know, but the mass timber itself is quite actually resistant to fire. Not like you'd expect it to be, but it's hard to burn it down. Yeah. There's just a quick note there on continued city hall renewal. I think we already talked about that. So, and that's sort of goes across the entire city. You know, we have all our different buildings. We have the museum. We have all of our other Nelson-owned buildings. I'm blanking out a bit. You know, we've been working with the college up at 10th Street on their lands there. I think that's pretty well known, eh, Kevin? What's going on up at 10th Street as far as the discussions with, about transferring the lands to the college. So I've been working with the surveyor and the administration from the college to try to move that forward, unwind all of that. They had to go ahead and fix the roof on Mary's Hall. It was in very poor condition, and they managed to get the problem with them is they've been having issues with funding from the Ministry of Education because they didn't own the buildings, but on the commitment of council to work towards transferring that lands, they were able to get an advance, or so I'm told, and so they were able to fix the roof. Unfortunately, there was a bunch of rot in it, and so they had to do a bunch of structural repairs, so I think it ended up quite expensive. But it, you know, technically still today, the city owns all those buildings, so they're on our list, and same as the Kootenai School of the Arts building, right? That's another building that the city owns that, you know, the college has been taking care of it, but it's definitely, you know, at the end of the day, it's the city owns it, so.
And one, Sam, just talking about the continued city hall renewal, one thing that didn't make it to the press cutoff date for our report was if we want to look further into work on the 5th floor. We've taken it to a certain standard there, you know, depending on who the potential tenant would be. Is that a leasehold improvement that they would do the remainder of that, or is that something we want to make an investment into and potentially pick up some of those smaller tenants? Really just kind of depends on that list of, you know, who's showed interest, and I don't know if there's anything more that you can add to that as far as what sort of investigative type work.
Yeah, in that ask, there was a portion for more consulting fees, especially more to get more information around. There's a lot of HVAC issues and lighting issues and stuff to get more information and pricing, so that we can either then just, you know, depending on which way things go, ask tenants to pay for that additional work, or if the city's going to pay for that, depending on the model. But yeah,
recapture that through
a
rent.
part of that is fairly small part was just more consulting fees just to finish that work. Like if you go into the one side where Elections BC was, the ceiling's still half missing, and there's quite a few unresolved issues.
Councillor Page and then Councillor Locke.
Yeah, I'm glad we're on the other side of that hallway and we can start thinking about this. Is it at all workable to even just pilot and phase it in terms of maybe adding a office and seeing if that moves, and or does this have to be all thought out ahead of time?
No, and we did that with Kootenai Lake. So Kootenai Lake Tourism moved up there, and so they're in a new finished office. The city paid for some of that work in their paying us.
So I would kind of keep that kind of on the table. So if it kind of, we go a couple more months, pop up one vacant office, if it moves, great, we move on and do another one in
I think
a year.
maybe the way to piece it out is to say, I think there might have been 15,000 or something that was to kind of, hey, what would need to be done? So at least we have that information. And then when someone comes, we could say like, okay, this space is available, but here's what it would need. Now we can talk about who pays for that. How do we recapture that through lease fees, or are they going to take the cost up front as a leasehold improvement, depending on what kind of relationship they have with their funders, right? Like some groups, provincial tenants are a little bit more deeper pockets than say some smaller group. So kind of work with that.
Okay, well, let's have it full within a year and a half.
I think it will be, actually.
Good.
One way or the other.
It's taken 6 years.
Yeah, one way or the other. That's pretty much on that, and then I don't know, what's the last slide? Yeah, okay, we've got some specific numbers. Do we want to go through these line by line, or have council looked at those and want to ask any specific questions? I can just go through them line by line.
And these are just the ones that were new additions. There's a lot, like Sam had mentioned, that ended up just getting carried forward from last year. So things
So
like the
these are
elevators.
supplementals.
Yeah, exactly. Elevators, civic center,
Yes,
fire
the
hall.
more
those things, yeah.
structural investigation, there was money left over in that budget from last year. An office at the library for their assistant librarian, relatively low value.
So
So those are some of the things that were carried over.
So councillors, you do have, that list is all in your supplemental package. If there's something there that in particular that you'd like to pull out to ask for more detail, Councillor Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. CFO, I know, like, when I was looking through this package, like, some of it was reserves, some of it was taxation. I'm wondering, like, how much of this is coming from reserves?
All of it.
All of it?
Yeah, so all of the capital component would be coming from reserves.
So this is not actually a taxation increase?
Well,
Not directly, but indirectly, we have to fund those reserves through
Taxation, so we have
yeah.
on the table, putting an additional 100,000 into reserves this year, so, and ongoing, adding 100,000 each year over a number of years, so it's to fund a capital program. So nothing specifically is driven by taxation, but overall.
So we're emptying the reserves a fair amount, but then we're slowly filling it back up, is the idea?
Well,
through taxation.
we need another 1% to, to be able to do that longer term, is what we're saying.
Right.
So you either cut down our capital program, or you need to fund it higher. So some of these are required, and some are, things that are, as you saw in the hallway and in out here, the carpet's starting to fail. We got duct tape on it. So how long do you want duct tape on the hallway? As in the other building, we had duct tape all over the other building, plaster falling off the walls, et cetera, et cetera. So either allow things to deteriorate, or you, as you heard in the washroom discussion, we start to invest, ongoing. All the leasehold improvements and all our facilities are old, right? That's
Yeah, an example of I think a must-have, Public Works Women's Washroom. We have to put another stall in there, for every 10 persons of a particular sex, you need additional washroom. We've exceeded that number, and so, I think we're sort of socially and obligated and by the code to improve the wash. So that's something I would suggest as a must-have. Some of the other ones are maybe not as much, but I think the asset management planning portion has a very high value. Because it helps answer a lot of these questions about how money is going to be spent in the future. So.
And as a supplemental?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, like, if we do leave these, they just become more expensive as the years roll by, right?
Typically, things have settled down a little bit, but it's still just shocking when you you know, it's part of that whole procurement discussion again, is that you know, you go ahead and you get estimates and, you know, Class D estimates and things like that, and then you actually go for procurement and they come in 50% over, and you're just like, oh, this is.
Like the campground roof replacement at 20,000, next year that could be 30,000.
Yeah, and 20,000's a deal. That's a great deal.
Right.
It's a very old building. I mean, this is, you know, I don't think there's any really big decisions that have been made around the campground, but I mean, definitely the roof there is in end of life, and if we don't fix it, it'll start leaking, and then
Then you have, yeah, okay.
you just have a rotten building, right?
Yeah.
So.
Councilor Lockenberg, I think you were looking to put your hand up, but you still in the lineup?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So Sam, we're talking, or actually Kevin first, we're talking, you're saying 100,000 additional contribution to reserves, and that's based on, but are we not anticipating potentially some like rent revenue, and that would, like, can we offset sort of that tax increase by projected revenue increases from?
Yeah, I've factored some of that in already.
Oh, you
of
have
ones
already?
that we know will occur in 2025. Others will depend on timing for when certain tenants that we're having conversations with can move in, so less sure, but there's a couple, or one for sure, that I know will happen next year. So that's already in there to help us kind of keep a reasonable taxation increase.
Okay.
Or keep it, you know, at potentially lower it a little bit. And then as far as that extra, it's just that sort of bit of a catch up, right? Because we had some pretty bad inflationary years for through 2.5, 3 years to get us back to a place where we're still able to do the same capital projects we were doing before, but reflect that kind of higher cost.
Right, right. So that 100K we're talking about is considering all of potential revenue?
Yes.
I think it's the lower amount of
Yeah.
what it potentially could be.
And we do have some ideas around, you know, ultimately when we get together and start talking about sort of how we manage this tax increase, that, you know, we have some ideas of what we can do. There's some, you know, you'll see in the fire master plan, there'll be some additional costs as well. So, that'll be coming as well, but we'll get that present, you know, we'll get that information, and we'll bring what the 2025 proposed impact is. So, and again, there's a bunch of timing things, so it's, you know, we can look at, you know, there's some options of how we smooth any tax increase, because, you know, we're not going to be able to hire people right away in many cases, so there's an offset, but you're committing to that cost once you put your hand up. So it may not fully show up in 2025, but it will definitely show up fully in 2026.
Okay, thanks.
Onwards.
Yeah.
Councilor Payne?
I don't know why I don't know this, but I know bylaw moved over here. Where are they?
Just
Oh,
down
they're
on the
first floor.
first floor. When you come into the finance area there's kind of a room off to around the corner.
Where Nelson Cooney like
Used to,
was.
yes, that's why they're upstairs now. Yes, so
Okay.
we offered them
I
a
wondered if they
spot
just wanted a
upstairs.
different view. I mean, it was sort of a.
It is a
interesting
nicer view, but yes, they shifted out so that we could have bylaw take that space. But it was very open floor plan in there, and we just moved a couple of old desks and things that they had at the police station in there. And so this bylaw office would be to actually create a proper couple of walls in there for the bylaw manager.
I wonder it costs so much to build a house. I mean, $30,000 to put up a couple of.
Oh, it's
walls
crazy.
With a door and.
Just to highlight one thing on there, there's that, the NMAG air conditioning. So that's just a top-up, city top-up on a grant that they applied for to put a heat pump system in on the uppermost floor, which was the one area of the building that was never really addressed way back when it was renovated. So, and I think the grant they're getting is through CBT. That's the portion that they needed to contribute. And yeah, it'll mean that the top floor is heated and air conditioned with heat pumps.
Okay, I don't see any more. Was that a bit of a hand?
Your big chance.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that it?
We're gonna build the
No.
library.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to,
About the library?
No, don't.
just a reminder that we don't have,
See if I'm awake.
yeah, we just don't have the numbers on the rec side, so we will, once we get these studies, we are getting at least an order of magnitude cost for the Civic Center Arena roof upgrade, but that's the only number we'll have. We're not, in the current work we're doing, we're not improving any space, we're just doing structural repairs, so these are unfortunately costs that we never anticipated that we would have to do, and they're millions of dollars, obviously, so that's a big cost pressure, and Chris will go through it when we go through through the numbers later, but even the cost of borrowing puts a significant pressure on future taxation as soon as we have to borrow.
Okay, so I would like to thank Sam and Colin for joining us today. It's always good to see them, and thank you for not too much coal. And I hope it was the metallurgical value, the type, better more so than the other kind.
You don't burn coal anymore. It's bad.
No, I was going to convert my metallurgical one. I was going to convert it to some steel.
Some steel. Well, we try not to use that anymore either.
I'm going to invite Amy from Finance up to see if we can get back on schedule. And if Amy is quick, we will then have a 10-minute bio break. Because one always needs one of those after you've eaten.
Is that now, Mayor, or?
No, I'm gonna get Amy, and then hopefully we get a little window there before Tracy arrives. Of course, you're not tied to be staying in the room. You can come and go as you wish, so.
So do we have your presentation?
You do not.
Okay. I will stop.
It's a
looking for
surprise!
it. I will stop looking.
No, honestly, I didn't think you were gonna.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
It's like everything else. It's finance. They did all of the other budget. Why would they? It's like you always leave your own. You never fix your own house or whatever.
We caught up pretty good here, but Amy and I were pretty sure she wasn't going to have to go today, so we're a little bit like, this could actually happen.
Sorry, I like to keep you all surprised too. Yeah,
Isn't it Sarah's turn?
it's my job. I'm just trying to get a catch up on the time. I think I've got science. I've got Sarah still in my drawer. But I think this was Sarah's from last week when we didn't get to her. Sarah
Can you remind me with and I don't know if this is an on-camera question or if it's just me talking because I was out of the room, but with the increased parking revenue, just remind me, it goes into a reserve that then goes to Charlie? Does it kind of go boing boing?
Capital Projects Reserve?
Yeah.
And if you're attaching a name to it, I would say it's more of a calling in it.
Because it's roads.
It's the paving, it's
Yeah,
the sidewalks,
that's what I
it's
meant.
that sort of thing, yeah.
Right, so but it kind of goes bounce. In my paperwork, it goes bounce. If I was trying to picture where it goes.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't touch operating at all, it goes
Yeah.
straight into those reserves.
Capital. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're on.
All right. So the finance department, we consist of 13 staff members, and that includes 2 people down at Public Works that operate our warehouse. So from creating the budgets with staff and with you, we also do all of the billing and collection for property taxes, your hydro bills, water, your wastewater bills, issuing parking permits, and ensuring employees are paid correctly. Within the finance department, we also have our purchasing team, so that's Suzanne and Holly. They manage and direct procurements for all goods and services, including overseeing procurement processes and contracts, and the operations of the warehouse down at Public Works.
Councillor Payne has a question already.
So I'm looking on my little org chart here. So when you say 15, is it these 4 boxes over here?
13 and
13, sorry.
yeah, all those 7 boxes.
All the 7 boxes. Okay, because when IT came in, there were
Oh, sorry,
6
IT's
of
in there?
them.
Sorry, it does not include IT,
Okay.
but it includes Nathan.
So got it. So I'll circle around there for the 13. Thank you.
No worries. So the purchasing department ensures compliance on purchasing policies, trade agreements, legal requirements, insurance and risk management issues. They administer the competitive bid process and assist with negotiations and contract management. The finance department also supports 3 other small municipalities. So that's Nathan, he does part IT and hydro, but he also is the CFO for 3 smaller municipalities in the Kootenays and assists with their financial needs.
So on that Salmo, South Socan, and is it still all the S's in Silverton, or?
New Denver, South, or Salmo, and Slocan.
Yeah, Silverton.
Too many S's. So as many people have mentioned earlier, the city has recognized that there's been considerable growth in operations, whether it's the complex capital projects or just growth in departments, such as taking on that Kootenay Lake West Transit. For example, they brought on, I think it was 16 or 17 employees, so we see that through the finance department through payroll, as well as all of the extra accounts payable invoices that come through and accounts receivable. The finance department, if you remember last week, Chris showed that slide with the iceberg. The finance department definitely, I think, fits in the bottom section of that iceberg. We kind of hide in the background. I think we're a little bit of the glue that keeps us growing. So over the last few years, we've felt these increases, and we've definitely been able to manage most of these by finding some efficiencies, whether that's using AI to help us do our daily processes, even changing some of our processes that we've done over the past few years. For example, we sat down as a city and with multiple managers, and we shifted public special events down to public works because it made more sense. They scheduled the staff to go out there instead of it coming through reception. It now goes through public works. So we've tried our best to kind of make things as efficient as they can. Since pre-COVID, so 2019, we've seen accounts receivable invoices go up 40%, and that kind of ties into Terry's presentation last week when they've seen these great increases down at the youth center. However, all of their billing currently comes to finance. We issue the AR, and then people make payment over the phone or coming into City Hall. So one of her big goals is to transition that into a different platform, but we're still having to deal with that down in finance.
Councillor Lautenford has a question.
Did you say we have a 40% increase in AR? Is that
Since 2019.
since 2019? So is that we're doing 40% more billing, or that?
Well, accounts receivable billing, so that doesn't include your hydro. It would include youth center, third-party work, whether that's through Public Works or for Nelson Hydro. We do all of that billing for them.
So that shifted from another department to finance, or
It's always been through finance, I believe. It's just we've seen an increase in projects.
have we also seen an increase in revenue?
Yeah, it would offset each other. Okay, we don't charge an administration fee for any of it, so we aren't recouping there, but we are recouping for like our public works costs, like the staffing going out to do the work.
Right.
We're getting that covered, but maybe not as much the finance side.
A lot of it is the youth center, and we're working on a more efficient way to do that invoicing. Right now, it's very manually processed as far as, recording what usage there's been and then sending an invoice out. We're trying to get an online system going, similar to what they have at the campground. I think Terry talked about it a little bit. That will help. But yes, with that is an increase in revenues.
Okay, thanks.
We've also seen an increase of 22% in our purchase orders that Suzanne and Holly deal with, and then that also flows through our accounts payable. One area we're really going to focus on this year is the purchasing department. So with a lot of exciting and complex projects and everything having to filter through them, even using with technology and AI, we're struggling to keep up with those needs, as Chris mentioned earlier.
Another question. You said it was a 20% increase in purchase orders? Does that reflect 20% increase in work we're doing, or why would
It might be a mix of both. Like anything, we've got our internal policies, so anything over $1,000 has to have a PO attached to it. So as costs increase, you've got a little bit
A
increase
little bit of
there.
internal management.
Yeah.
Well, and it's
But-
projects like the civic roof repair project. We construction managed that, so we have to issue a purchase order for, the drinking water for people there. The buying screws at Maglio's. You name it. There was probably 100 vendors there that were managing.
I'm getting it. I'm just trying to both understand and anticipate. So we have not had a 20% increase in our population since 2019. So it sounds like City Hall or the city staff is doing 20% more per capita, or close to it. Let's say 15% more per capita in terms of service delivery. Ideally, if that's tracking, we're doing more for the residents of the city. If not, then we're doing things less efficiently for the city. One of the two.
I would say we're just, like you've seen the capital plans in the last little while. The Hall Street Pier was another, CM type job that we did. All those, facilities we're investing more. You heard Sam speak to that. I think it's reflecting, and we took on Kootenay Lake West. So, we've, Nelson Hydro's expanded, all,
Yeah, I think what I'd
all
like.
those things we're
For sure.
There's a lot of catch up from previous years that just never got done, right?
Because I think I'd like to see in our messaging then, as we anticipate, tax increase coming ahead, that, an astute taxpayer is going to be able to parse this out for themselves unless we get ahead of it and message it clearly. So what we're saying is all of these things that are happening are a sign of something, and the sign of what it's a sign of is that we are doing more for the taxpayer, in part because, I would guess, we're kind of at a tipping point in terms of aging infrastructure. It's kind of all coming to end of life at once. There's that. There's broader social issues related to our unhoused population, perhaps, which is calling for additional investments on sort of public safety. We need to get a message, really be thinking about the why, and then how that translates into a really good message for people.
Another interesting piece too is that, those thresholds for when you go to a formal process of a tender or an RFP, those have stayed pretty flat for, I don't know, number of years, whereas costs increase. So you tip over those scales a lot more frequently, right? So if it's $75,000 for goods and services, and it's been like that for, over a decade, then more and more of those processes tip over that.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really helpful information for people to understand, when you get into the nuance of tipping points and so on. So it's not that government is becoming less efficient, it's that there's all sorts of hidden costs that come with increasing costs. Like if something went from $800 to $1,100, well, then there's a tipping point within that requires additional management and overhead. So I do think it's a nuanced argument, but it's really going to be helpful for me, and I imagine for us in our communication, to have a really good grasp of those talking points. I hate to say it, but really that's what it comes down to. Okay, thank you.
Are the thresholds determined by legislation, or is that something that we can examine to shift to? So the burden of invoices is different. I'm not saying that right, but do you know what I mean? So instead of $1,000, should it be $1,500 now before it requires a PO, or is that opening up to risk? Or maybe if those thresholds haven't changed in 10 years, should we be examining possibly what other municipalities are doing?
Well, some of them we control, like the $1,000, but some of them are trade agreements.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Like 75,000 is
Yeah.
not our threshold.
Yeah.
So, but yes, some of those ones, like signing authorities internally, whether someone has signing authority up to $25,000 and it's been like that for a number of years, that's something we could look at, but it's still an individual who's looking at it. It just might be a different individual, but yeah.
I don't know if it's going to create a huge shift, but if that is the case, if everything's moving that way, I think it might be time to re-examine those.
I know my signing folder keeps getting thicker and thicker, and
what I'm
Amy's is maybe
saying.
getting a little thinner, so, yeah.
AI would auto-adjust that.
Good lord.
Tell it too.
Mine's getting smaller because I'm just quicker.
I guess the overall thing is that costs continue to go up, but I'm not hearing anybody say cut back my services.
No, for sure.
Right? So, I mean, and the whole thing is, I think as we grow and people come from different jurisdictions and have had different things that they expect that the services that they had somewhere else are gonna be the same services, that they're gonna expect the same or perhaps more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Well, and that's where part of this communication is going to be so important, because if my felt experience is I've just got this big tax hit and I've got no additional increase in services, where's that money going? The assumption is, oh, it's going to pay increasing salaries at City Hall. Whereas the true answer is that
going to pay the
there's like
increased costs
aging
of maintaining
infrastructure.
the services
Yeah.
plus the ones that get nudged up because you kind of hadn't asked for them over time.
Well, when you have
Sure,
the
that too.
bureaucratic pieces that don't go with inflation, then you have more people showing up on the Sophie report, and you're like, well, that list is growing.
Yeah.
You start
Yeah.
to feed into a narrative that
But there is something that needs to be changed, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
we've
and
asked
also
for that,
these
but that's not
other
up to,
limits.
it's not,
Yeah, it's a-
that's
No, I
not
know,
a
I get
provincial
that's
mandate.
legislation.
But I mean, the fact that you report wages over $75,000 is a somewhat ridiculous thing, because Sophie, that's any public thing, so that's in healthcare, that's in education.
Any
that's-
number you put in policy
in
needs to
government.
be tied to whatever is moving.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know I've gone through this every year. When I have those conversations, I don't have, and this is partially my fault, I don't have the ready 10 answers. And then I see that broadly reflected out in our public messaging too. And so I'd really like to get those nailed this year in particular.
I think what we will do, wherever we land in this as a draft to put out to the public, is really break that tax increase apart into, say, for example, 1% is your investment in your capital, in your future, in your infrastructure. You know, this amount is your inflationary, uncontrollable increases in operating costs. This amount is for protective services. This
Yeah.
is for fire, that kind of thing. And
Yeah.
really help people understand, like, where does my dollar go? Yeah.
What's the pain?
One of the things that was really useful for me, remember that the Cranbrook pre-budget survey that I forwarded to, I think everyone, but they took just like 5 key things and they said asphalt has gone up 42% and this has gone up this. And so all of a sudden, then people can look out and say, oh, we use asphalt, and so it just connected it really clearly for me, as opposed to saying, oh, we're putting 1% in capital for future events. You and I understand what that means, but not everyone, it's not really clear to everyone out there. But the fact that we'd like to keep our roads paved and not have potholes, that's pretty clear, and everything costs more. So just a thought around that, as you say, those 10 answers of, yeah, did you know asphalt's gone up 42%? Who knows that? Nobody knows that unless you read it. Or somebody tells you, because that's what we have to worry about.
Yeah, and just as importantly, how we've tried to mitigate these costs,
Yeah.
as you
Yeah.
heard from
Yeah.
Colin Innes, right? So we didn't just accept that asphalt went up 42%. We had made some adjustments to manage within some of these costs. So, and we're doing that across everything.
23% decrease in asphalt usage. 23%.
There you go. Well, yeah, because we went from 75 to 50 mils. That's good.
Well, I went 65 to 50.
Oh, right, okay.
Nerds.
Asphalt nerds.
Says the nerd. To the nerds.
Leader in the nerds.
It's late afternoon facility.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
Mary's looking at me. I got,
Break.
I got 2 minutes.
Break is
So to quickly talk about some of finance's goal, other than bringing in all of the revenue that the city bills out. We want to increase customer service, so that's increasing pre-authorized payment plans. We're roughly sitting around 20% we have for a few years. So encouraging more people to get on those. Increasing the residents' online payments. Hydro's sitting at about 36%. Thankfully, due to the postal strike, we went up from 23-ish, so that was nice. And also increase the residents' engagement on the budget is one of our big goals for next year. The procurement team also received a grant from the Municipal Insurance Association and the Procurement Office to develop a procurement template overhaul, develop standard term contracts, and also procurement roadmap policy and protocols. So that was exciting for them. Lastly, we'll be finishing out the implementation of the mobile parking payment app, Pay by Phone, and I'll come back to council to give another big update on that guy.
Amy, very quickly,
Yeah.
is procurement, did you say, is the climate team involved in that procurement question at all?
Yes, yeah, they've been meeting with finance as well.
Okay, thanks.
So this is kind of our budget at a high level. Other fees and services is just a part of, included in that is the small munis that we assist. The conditional grants is that grant for the purchasing, procurement overhaul, slight increase in salaries and benefits just to support the procurement department and purchasing department next year. And we found some savings because we're finance, so salaries went down, supplies went down.
Always comes in, it's just like, every organization I'm with, finance just comes in, it's like, yeah, whatever, thanks, next presentation.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. But it's lower from last year, 240 to 238.
There were some other ones that were.
Yeah, there were a number of them that were
There's
like
a
that. They saved money on supplies.
674 to 690 is the bottom line. Amy, when you said on the salaries and benefits, you said that's a 28. Is that a new person?
Not a full-time person, it's just additional hours to support.
Okay.
And then, within that as well, when we take on like Kootenai Lake West, we were able to, because everyone kind of spreads their time a little bit thinner, we were able to reallocate, as we always do, everyone's wages. So we don't see that full impact on the finance department because we're, transit's picking up a bit of that, but we are spending more time.
And when we look at those differences, that also includes any contractual wage increase as well.
Correct.
Yeah, really, you've got the inflationary wage increase, you've got adding a half-time person to that purchasing role, but then it's also a reduction because, like Amy said, we've taken on a full service of transit that involves accounts payable and payroll and all of that, so we're able to allocate the proportionate amount of those costs to that department, so that's why you only see the 5% increase there.
Councillor Tate, you had your hand up.
I forget. Thanks. I think it got answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, you've got your hand up.
I'm assuming that this will come when HR comes back, who was scheduled for last week, but now they're moved to next week. I'm interested in shifting the payroll system, which that will reduce.
Well, I can talk about that if you would
But
like.
that will reduce your burden as well.
That's probably more of
Yeah.
a finance question, so
Yeah.
we could talk
Okay,
about that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm interested in that because I didn't see it on your goals for this year, but it seems like a big thing to me.
It would be
When
a
you
big
have that
project,
many
yeah.
employees.
Yes.
Yeah, and currently everyone fills out a manual timesheet, and then it gets sent up to payroll, and they manually enter that into the system. It's
Job.
the first job. I know I haven't worked that long, and I haven't had many jobs, but it's the first job I've ever been to that does that.
Yeah.
And I think
So-
we have, again, we talk about this with all our staff, like we have good skill sets here, and if we can get those folks doing other things, like our payroll person, we would not look at reducing the size of that department. It would be doing more analysis for us, following up on more things, looking at where we're at with vacation and overtime banks, and kind of giving us more analytical pieces, and then having automation take care of the payroll entering, So only entering it once and not having to have someone enter it in a pen and then into a computer. And that's where you get more risk of error too. You're doing things twice.
Which
right?
is time consuming.
Yep.
Okay, so there's no additional costs associated
Yeah,
with that?
there is
Because
in
I
the-
thought you said it was more expensive.
Yeah, so honestly, we haven't done an RFP. We've done a little bit of look at that, but there is a $100,000 in the capital for payroll software. In
And
the
I
IT, I think we brought it up last week. We
Okay,
talked
maybe
about
that's where
IT.
we heard it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
But honestly, at this point, we did a request for information and got a bit of feedback from different potential vendors. There's a huge range
There's a huge
out there.
range.
Yeah, like
We're just
there's,
not using the same one that the federal government uses.
Well, this is, I've helped other companies with this in the past, and what I've always found, speaking to the huge range, and it's like you were saying earlier about fitting how we ask for things in construction. It's like what you decide how you're going to do certain processes can, like, they'll of course be like, oh yeah, we'll build that into the software for you. You can enter it all these different ways, but if you can hem in some of those fringe cases and standardize it, like having a time clock for a handprint scanner down at Public Works, so people are just clocking in and clocking out. Getting rid of that paper where possible, like figuring out how overtime are you using, what Microsoft 365 is doing for just time keeping or not, can make a big difference in what the software on the back end needs to try and do, and that makes a huge difference in the cost. But you guys are up for it, so I look forward to seeing that.
And you have to remember that our employees might do 10 different jobs in a day. They might be doing
So
third-party
what
work.
is the
They
clocking
might
app
be-
going to look like? Yeah.
And we have 5 collective agreements that, that have to be incorporated. Police is different than fire, and QP, and all of them have all these special. You get 50
ups
cents for
and,
dirt pay, and you get hourly and afternoon shift and evening shift, and so we unfortunately have a complicated payroll. And we do, I think Chris and Amy have been looking at, are we getting, because when I started here, we were charging, we knew how much, what the cost of chains on a truck was, and oil, and, to this detailed level that we weren't managing on. So why are we accounting for all these things that if we're never going to look at them to manage those costs? So they've been, we broke down snow plowing into 50 cost codes, and so we have to look at those, because our employees at the end of the day, when they're filling out a timesheet, have to fill out 30 different categories of what they did in the day as well. So we do, we need to look at that before, as part of this, that if we're not using that data, then we should not be asking people to code themselves to 20 things that we never look at either.
and the other last piece on the software is we want to make sure that we're looking far enough ahead as well. So what we've got is our core finance software. It's called Maze, and it's been around since like the 90s, and it hasn't really changed much. We want to make sure whatever added software we have is flexible enough that if we did, because at some point we're going to need to change out of that core finance software, that we're not locked into something that, 5 years from now we're changing the payroll software again. Like, it's got to have a future beyond what we're using now. And we have so many products that touch that one software, our hydro billing, our parking payments, our all the way down to like pet licensing. So everything feeds into it. And that change would be a huge project. The priority now is payroll, but we want to make sure we don't go down a dead end street with payroll and end up with a solution that has a finite, few years life.
So you can add like different modules onto the, I gotcha.
Would be good.
Yeah.
Has to have open AI basically.
Adapt to a new
Yes.
finance software. We don't have to change payroll systems again if we buy a new finance software. And thank you. From the college perspective, right? Has that ever been implemented fully?
No comment.
Yeah, not
One of the projects, we actually put a lid on it because it was not able to meet the needs, and I think that was like 5 or 6 or 7 years in, and that lid went on just this past year. Yeah,
all these are
yeah,
big, complicated.
really,
Well,
big,
and
really
there's
complicated.
not the right regulations in place to ensure that if you're able to bring data in, that especially in the public sector, that data is something the program has to give out, right? And that's a function of being in the market, not You know, because given the right incentives for any private company, they're going to make that it's always easy to sign up and hard to cancel.
Yeah.
That interoperability is a value add when it should just be built into it.
Quick question. Am I next?
Yeah, sure.
Are you able to get grants for that kind of like municipal internal infrastructure? Is there grants for like, oh gosh, we are using software from 1971? Like, are there grants for that?
I doubt it.
They would say that's the small community.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Thanks.
Any further questions on that?
Did we get anywhere further with IT around citizen services with the province around their want and desire to support small municipalities getting their digital infrastructure upgraded and put into a modern state so they weren't as much of a security risk? Because these things are also the things that get destroyed when someone gets into your system because they're not resistant from the 90s.
What they did tell us to wait for, and it's one of the reasons that we didn't get that virtual chief information security officer RFP out earlier in the year, was that they said they would be coming up with a short list of sort of approved suppliers, I suppose, that would make the RFP process smoother. So we did get that list, and there were some names on there that we explored a little bit further, but we still felt probably just as easy, and we were able to really focus on what our needs were to just do our own RFP. But there were some names on there that we can reach out to and get them to participate in our process. So there was some help there, but wasn't really anything that we felt like there was a lot of value in, at least in this first rollout.
Yeah, maybe it's a resolution that needs to go to kind of support people getting into their IT systems being renewed on the software level, that digitization level, and being prepared for AI readiness or whatever we're going to call it, because it's a universal problem.
Okay. If there's no more questions, and I think Amy is finished, so we are going to still have a break, and that will give Tracy some time to get up to the hot seat and get comfortable and get her slides and everything organized.
close by here, actually, and I know that we didn't get funding for that. But is there any thought of putting the library or a new facility connected to the Civic Center, for example, or not the Civic Center, but the recreational complex where other things are being considered being put together, or perhaps advancing the library's position as a potential new facility some years after the fire hall? I'm wondering what council's thoughts might be on that.
Oh, trust me, those many of those thoughts have crossed our. And wouldn't it would be interesting to return the library to, if you're a new resident to Nelson, the library when I was young was actually in the Civic Center, where the dance studio is currently. So a return to home, that would be potentially would be if it went back into the Civic Center. But we're always open to ideas. It's just a difficult thing to say, yeah, this is where we're going and we're going there today. That's the biggest drawback. I have Councillor Page, and then I have Councillor Woodward, and it looks like I might have Councillor Tate.
Thanks, guys. Just through your presentation and listening to what you guys are doing these days, thanks for the update. Practically, from what Councillor Lautenberg was saying, I was curious how you're using the tools for AI and what is available, and knowing that there are a tool out there, there's paid versions of them, there's various versions of them. I had someone, I send people to you guys all the time. I had someone in the other day who wanted to do dictation and get dragon speaking, and kind of in conversation made more sense to get them onto Claude AI and use the audio version to do it that way, and generate this autobiography they have the vision of doing. And so it makes me wonder if that kind of request is coming through to the floor, to the libraries, and they're helping with the digital literacy side. Are we investing in some of the paid versions, or are the librarians becoming versed on the various products that do video, that do professional writing, that do analysis, so that people are going beyond just what they might be able to do freely from just how to use the web and how we've done it traditionally?
Right. No, we don't have any paid tools right now that we're using. So we are using free tools, and staff are diving into it on their own, and like more for marketing materials or report writing. And it's just the very start of it for us as well. And I don't think we've heard too much requests from patrons. Not that it's come up, bubbled up to me too, that's a topic that people are seeing about. I know we held an AI presentation at the library last spring. The same person that came here to talk to staff, and it was really super well received. I know through the BC Library Association this year, there will be lots of staff training opportunities on AI as well too. So yeah.
Well, I would put that bug in the ear that
Sure.
Spending $20 or $30 for a paid version that gives people access on a device that's maybe one of our devices, so they can take their querying to a higher level, and wrapping some library and programming around, saying, hey, this is one of the things that is part of our tech literacy piece, that you can come in and you know which eyes do good jobs and what. If you're asking to do video, you're going to use something else than if you're asking for an analysis of a document, or if you're going to do some professional writing. And all of those could be well under $100 a month. And then if people know, I can go try or use single purpose a paid version of that instead of paying for it myself, you're back to your $1 equals 8.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you're still using the space.
Yeah.
The other piece there, I love the Harvest Rescue Ursa Society partnership for the bear awareness, and having that Library of Things grow out. I think that's wonderful. And I still kind of think it would be great one day to see a bit of a heritage seed library as part of something that's like that. So people come and can borrow, and then at the end of the year they bring back what they harvest. And I don't know who the user group would be that would partner with, but I'm sure it's out there.
I don't know the organization either, but I do believe it's already happening in the community, but doesn't mean that we can't support them and being maybe a place to drop things off or pick
To
them
plant
up.
things that you can dehydrate later.
Yes, for sure. And we're expanding can't remember if I said it in the presentation, but expanding our library of things to tools, small tools,
Power tools?
Sure. We just need the space.
We just need people to donate and buy new batteries for them.
Yeah, batteries, exactly.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Keith.
Councillor Lockberg.
Another question. You've used the term resilience a few times in your presentation. What do you mean when you say resilient?
Yeah, well, maybe even thinking about technology too, right? If people don't know how to submit an application online, to me that's a bit of being resilient, right? Of making people more resilient to an economy that might be falling apart, right? Or senior, or anybody with technology skills, right? I think that makes them more resilient, more work ready, and also the online learning tools we have too, right? So that makes them more resilient in this economy. Other ways that I think that we're resilient, just the language learning that we do, and with newcomers too. So making them just a bit more, finding their way, landing on 2 feet when they come to the community too. I think that supports resiliency for those newcomers, and then obviously they're contributing to the community. So I think about the economic sides and possibly also the social side of things too.
So just so I'm clarifying, to be clear, so reflecting back, when you say resilience, you gave some examples, but the meaning of that, so a resilient person is like a new person who comes who's resilient, is what? Is like, what in your mind is that? What is that?
Someone that can, that can navigate being a newcomer in a new community. Okay. So they know where to find some answers. So it advances them, right? It doesn't let them, it doesn't stall their progression. Like right. They're, becoming a fuller human being, right? And being prepared in case disasters happen too, right?
Right. Okay.
Like for example, my mother-in-law's not showing resilience after my father-in-law's death by having me do all her banking and not learning about computers. But if she was here, I could take her into the library and they have people there who will show her how to use the technology in a way that she's probably going to take better than from me. But she's off in a different city. So I kind of wish they had a program there the way we do have that here. But that is something that really helps build resilience, is some of your programming.
Yeah.
So I would say my feeling is, what I heard today is the focus on culture and community as a gathering place. As I think to the next version of the library, I can imagine a space where you connect to community. It's like the heart or the center of the community, so it's a place of connection. I can see it being a place of collaboration. So not only am I connecting, but I'm actually translating that connection into something that then radiates back out into the community. And a place of resilience, I think, is a powerful idea, because increasingly we're looking for individuals to be able to take care of themselves in the case of multiple effects. And that's something that I think will also get some good funding. Like framing it in those terms opens the door to more opportunities to access funding.
So I have Councillor Woodward followed by Councillor Payne.
So as I was just listening to all this discussion, I feel like I kind of see the library as kind of like a multi-tool. It's maybe not like with the tech, it's not going to be like the best of the best, because it's not its total focus. At gathering spaces, maybe it could be larger, but it's what you have, and you work with what you have. And I kind of feel like it offers all kinds of different options, and that's great. And so I hope like that you're not trying to pursue to be the have absolutely the best technology or the best of this to the best of that, because it's like, as Couch Lockenberg would say, it's like you just can't fill that hole. It's just never ending. But I just in my in my family and our child, the library has always been this like really safe place that doesn't cost money. I think in our family, he's 12 now and he still goes there and still enjoys it, and I hope that continues on through his life. But I feel like that is like kind of the strength of it, is it is maybe one of the last places in our culture where information, culture, community connection, some technology, maybe not the best, but some, is all available for no cost. I think that's kind of, for me, the magic of it. Because everything is now just all about affordability, and it seems like cost, or you have to, any kind of access now, you have to pay for anything. So I hope you are able to maintain that kind of magical equation. But I hope you also you're not like, chasing down these things that are moving so quickly now. You're not going to be able to grab them really, because as soon as you grab them, they've already changed. So I guess it's more of just a comment of like, you're doing a wonderful job. You've served this community so well over such a long period of time, and you're serving a whole new generations as they come up, and that's just beautiful situation. And it's that I think the affordability piece is getting to become more and more critical. And so the ability for you, like I think taking away the fines on books, that was a big leap, but I bet you that helped a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not having to have that pressure of getting that book back right on the time.
Exactly. It brings people back into the library who are afraid to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's wonderful what you're doing. It's just kind of like trying to find that place of the library in this very fast moving modern culture, and maintaining that kind of beautiful synergy of a kind of connection point of our entire town. That's a great goal. I think you're all trying the best that you can. But it is we live in a very complex world. Yeah. It's very challenging. So.
Thanks for those comments, Jesse. And just to think about the budget as well, that we're not asking for increased funding to increase our technology or even our databases or unfortunately even our collection right now. We're asking it to invest in our most important asset, which is our staff, which build those connections with community, that welcome people into the space, that sort of facilitate that magic, right? So
for sure.
Yeah.
And I think it's for a lot of, my child is 12 now, and I know it's like a real safe zone. The world's moving quickly out there, and he goes into the library and he just finds a little chair or something, and I could just see his whole energy. He goes really calm, and it's just very calming, wonderful space that way. So thank you for that.
Councillor Payne.
Yeah, I guess I just want to circle back to the budget ask. I think the concept of having the library open on Sunday as we move forward to uncertain weather, so whether that be warming or cooling, whether that be a safe place for tourists, not a safe place, a different place for tourists to go if they do arrive during a time when they can do a certain amount of outdoor activities, but they might want to escape from the smoke. And it just really opens up a lot of opportunities around people with diverse work schedules who, as you've mentioned, can't always access the current hours. My daughter wanted to run down the other day to get her hold, but just because of her work hours, she had to wait a whole day to get her book, but, when you're waiting, it's sort of exciting. So I know you're not extending those hours.
No.
But the Sunday available to me is a critical piece.
They are extending their weekly hours? as well?
Serving, no.
Oh, just only the Sunday. Oh, so this open weekly is not, includes the Sunday? I'm so sorry. I was trying to
okay.
understand the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I understand so far, I mean, I guess if we gave you more money,
Sure.
we could extend the weekday hours.
Yeah.
I'm sure you wouldn't say
it's-
no to
we're
that.
s-
So
We're
we can always-
suggesting that we be open 10 to 6, Monday through Friday, or Monday through Sunday.
So the
Yeah, so it's a
8
bit of a
is
shift.
just the Sunday.
That's
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's just a critical investment in these changing times for the well-being of our community. And I just want to thank you for keeping that ask so reasonable. It's sort of like you wanted to make us an offer that we couldn't refuse. So I hope that's the case.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Can I just ask one question? I see there's, and maybe I missed it when I was out, the ask for the RD, have they approved that?
No, they haven't, right? So this is dependent on the RD approving their ask as well.
And
And
what
that's a challenge every year.
Okay, and what happens if they don't approve it?
We have to revisit, right?
So would you-
Revisit the hours, or maybe it's just open 4 days, or 4 hours on Sundays.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, good question, right? Because it's
Perhaps
there.
Councillor Page could just give us a highlight, like one sentence. Where are you in the budget process at the regional district currently?
We're going through the sub-services right now.
And just to add to that, I've been in contact with other libraries that sit within the RDCK, Creston, Salmo, Caslow as well too, and they've all put in, actually Creston put in a 50% increase to their RD budget, and I understand that it was received favorably, but we're not alone in asking for those large increases from the RD, but we just really struggle with getting an audience with the regional district.
So supplemental.
You go right ahead.
So the push there from the governance piece is to, again, we're trying to consolidate how we do with governance, and Creston has that community services model, and so it has that space on a regular basis where things not outside of recreation, but encompassing community services can come, and libraries fit within that. Whereas our structure over here is still in a more stratified nature of like, this is recreation and this is waste, and there's stuff in the middle that struggles to float. But by all means, if you would send, I have not seen a CC on the request, and
Okay.
If we need to, we'll have a conversation, but I'm sure it's just getting folded into the asks in general to be adjudicated in full around everything else. But
Yeah, it's just,
we're trying to finish off. We are pushing, and there's movement on the RD side to do that around Nelson, to do that around the Slocan Valley, to get to a sub-regional space like Creston is doing. And
Councillor Tate?
Do we still have police at 3? Am I misreading this?
Yeah, no,
We
we're,
do, just
yeah, I'm
'cause
just
they're
like,
not here yet, so I was just
No.
checking.
no, it's,
have an internal.
we're having in camera, I'm just, I know we're a few minutes over here,
No
but
problem.
it seems like we're almost finished, so.
Sorry.
We're only 10 minutes behind schedule now, so.
We're good. My question was a little bit about the regional, and I'm just curious about like what a big shift it would be, and is it even possible, and is it even something to consider of having a regional library? Like, why not an RDCK library? I'm just curious, because we are always having these challenges with, well, who gives money to this and who gives money to that, and being centralized in a municipality, which makes sense, but I
I don't think it's a thing that needs to be solved.
it's so big and everybody wants it, and then you wouldn't have as many duplicates of books and as many duplicates of finance systems.
we
Tell me about
already,
it.
well, we already share
already
our,
like that.
The libraries,
It's just the funding.
we share, yeah.
the libraries kind of act regionally, internally,
Yeah,
but
they do.
externally,
Yeah.
But we need funds to do that too. And I don't know if it's even under the Library Act, if you could develop a new regional system. I think they've sort of put the stop to that, but I'm not quite sure. Anyway,
okay.
but that's just one piece of
You
it.
guys have been
but-
around long enough. that
Yeah,
you're like police departments in that respect. It's like thou shalt have a police department, thou shalt have
Yeah.
a library.
But, that's what we do. That's our ethos, right? Libraries we share and anything we can do.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
And just, and sorry, thank you, Kate. To go back to Keith, the mayor, in regards to the regional district, and I can certainly share with you our budget, but it's these conversations, having them in person and to get into the minutia and the nuance of our ask. We don't get that opportunity, it seems, at the regional district, so it's much easier for them, or, they just see in black and white and go 18% increase, no way, right? But without having that opportunity to really have a conversation and a deep conversation for them to understand what we're offering to their community members would be so
and
helpful.
that's why I brought up the gap there with not having a community services
Mm-hmm.
service at
yeah.
the RD. It allows all sorts of asks to finally have a place to come at a committee level before board.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe what I've written down in my notebook is just to reach out to Cheryl and Tom, and maybe us directors who would be impacted by the ask and do a conversation as a group with you.
And Walter,
And Walter. Of course, Walter. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Cheryl's not part of it. That's being,
Not at all. Yeah, I
part
thought-
of the problem is Cheryl's not
Not part of it.
part of it.
I thought it was defined. No, never mind.
Nope, they don't pay any.
No.
Yeah.
That
Just
that died.
Just grants.
That needs to come back again.
But she's
It
got
needs
the,
to be coming
she's
back
got
until
the
it gets passed.
discretionary, so I'm gonna
Yep.
invite her anyway.
Yeah,
That's great.
It
And I
may
know
not
that-
happen, but it's worth an invite.
I've got two counselors around the table that could really champion that movement in that area.
Yeah, that live in area E.
Yeah, so move to Blue at you too. And
She's outside. I'm not.
Oh, you're both Tom, aren't you?
Your F, yeah.
Yeah, you're already in.
We got a CAO then.
But for our ask to the regional district, they just passed a new bylaw increasing the amount that they can ask from their community in August by 25%. And this ask is taking them right to that 25%
Right.
limit. So,
And there's a 5-year renewal on that too.
yeah, so.
Okay, so I don't see any more hands up, so I'm just gonna thank you both. So of course, I think you can hear that those of us around the table here really appreciate
Yeah, of course.
the library. It's unfortunately your rep had work commitments today and wasn't here to also lend his verbal support, but I think it's really important. Libraries and parks, two places in our communities where everybody can go
Yeah.
for free. So it's the image that portrays, I think is important. So thank you again for your time.
You're welcome. And we understand if the police didn't show up, that meant that all that money just came to the library.
Oh, well, in that case, I will be building the new building. When can we have
as
the
long as
ceremony
you're
with
okay
the?
taking over crime.
Oh, yeah.
Over crime.
And maybe you
Thank
can
you,
have,
everybody.
you can have
So
the parking spots
We'll be
too.
calling, I like to rent a book, or
Yeah.
I need you to come down to the
Yeah.
street, there's a problem.
We've got lots of training.
There are
We're
actually
good.
books for that.
Right.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So, council, I need a motion to move in camera for the next item. So it is the opinion of the council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and the meeting of council continue under section 91C on matters regarding labor relations and other employee relations. So if I could have a motion. Thank you, Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor, and that